Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I know that some people still having lunch. Let me start by thanking the sponsor of the lunch, CIG, for a sumptuous luncheon. Very much appreciated. Important. Well, endorsement with an applause is good. So thank you very much, CIG. Ladies and gentlemen, as in your program, we have scheduled the presentation by the Honorable Laurent Lamotte, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti. I want to welcome Minister Lamotte, who comes from the private sector, so I'm sure he will be able to relate to you all the necessary steps for successful business, as he is himself a successful businessman. I want to welcome the ministerial delegation of Minister Lamotte. The Republic of Haiti is well known to all, and of course, we all in support of Haiti's economic and social development. The Organization of American States is very committed to that and has it very high on its agenda. Without further ado, I wanted to invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti to address you at this special occasion of fostering partnerships between the Africas and the Americas. Please rise to welcome Prime Minister Lamotte.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start off by thanking the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago, along with the Secretary General Adjoint, Mr. Albert Ramding. Thank you very much for the warm welcome and the reception. And I am delighted to be here today to share these few minutes with you this afternoon. Before such a special gathering of countries who for too long have been separated by much more than simply the vastness of the Atlantic Ocean, I want to give a special thank you to the government of Trinidad and Tobago and salute His Excellency Ambassador Neil Parson for having the brilliant idea of bringing people of the Americas, many of us children of the African diaspora, together with our brothers and sisters from the African continent. I want to also thank Mr. Ramding for having the vision, not only to host the meeting today, but to provide us with the venue to explore the wide range of possibilities that are likely to result from the deepening ties with Africa, the Caribbean, and South America. Ladies and gentlemen, to me, Africa has played a significant role in my life. Before becoming Prime Minister, I had the privilege of developing a successful business career in that continent and in the Caribbean. As a result, I am perhaps one of the few leaders in this hemisphere who is aware of the great potential, the extraordinary potential that deepening relations with Africa can signify, especially improving trade relations, investments. I am very much aware of how South-South trade can lead to economic growth and prosperity. Africa, the Caribbean, and the Americas have a common history. Our countries share similar development patterns, and today, owing to globalization, we share a common future. The realization became so evident to me again when I visited the Ivory Coast just a couple of weeks ago. During our visit to Abidjan, and especially in conversations with Mr. Daniel Duncan, the Prime Minister of Ivory Coast, who's doing a tremendous job in a very difficult environment, we concluded that because our nations had so much in common despite being far apart and being part of the so-called development world, we had a lot to learn from each other. We established a set of common goals. We signed an important trade, cultural, and educational agreements. We pledged to improve and deepen our ties. The Prime Minister will soon come to Haiti with delegation of private sector to consolidate the agreements that we've signed with a fellow African country. What we are doing together with the Ivory Coast is a single example of what could lead to the development of important commercial partnerships and economic growth amongst both continents. Haiti hopes to take the Ivory Coast experience and pursue similar relationships with other countries on the African continent. Allow me to provide you with a brief reflection about how these relationships could lead to improved growth for all. Over the last 2 decades, many of our countries have forged a variety of trade relationships that range from the FTA to more ambitious integration schemes such as Mercosur in South America, SICA in Central America, and of course CARICOM in the Caribbean. These agreements have led to improved intra and inter-regional trade and also have allowed us to improve our terms of trade with the United States. These agreements can also serve as an important platform to attract our partners from Africa into productive relations that can help improve our competitiveness in the global marketplace, and especially in the markets of the North. For example, and taking Haiti as a case in point, we recently inaugurated a very interesting 617 acres, $257 million industrial park in northern town of Caracol. We are doing our best to attract a diversity of tenants to the park to help us stimulate the economy, create jobs, and create conditions for a better future for Haiti. We have other industrial parks programs for development elsewhere in Haiti. In the northern side of Port-au-Prince, we're building a new industrial park. The closeness of Haiti to the United States, the favorable trade agreement that Haiti has to the United States makes it a unique investment destination for other countries and countries in Africa. We couldn't work on development partnerships without the solidarity of many of you here and without the support of the OAS that has fought for democracy to be in Haiti. Thanks to the OAS, the real will of the people came out in the last elections. And this is an important factor as we're trying to bring tourism, as we're trying to bring investments, as we try to bring economic growth, is to have political stability. And all starts with fair and transparent elections. Many of our countries, both here and in Africa, have long depended on the export of raw materials, especially hydrocarbons and minerals. It is probably safe to say that these two continents have more accumulated knowledge about how the impact of extracting industries on our countries and our development patterns. This is an area where we can share our national and collective experiences, both in terms of how to jointly pursue opportunities in these areas, but also how to avoid the pitfalls of environmental degradation stemming from these activities. Another important area that has become increasingly clear to me is the tourism industry. We are currently doing our utmost to develop our tourism infrastructure in Haiti. And I can proudly share with you that according to the most recent STR Global Release Hotel Pipeline report for 7 regions, we reported the largest expected room supply growth, plus 58.2% in the Caribbean and Mexico region. The recovery of our tourism sector is an important lesson that our African counterparts can study as an example. They can also look to the extraordinary tourism opportunities that so many countries in this hemisphere have developed. At the same time, we also welcome African tourists to our hotels, resorts, and beaches. Our desire to explore, deepen relations with Africa is rooted in our desire to deepen our relations with countries of the Caribbean and South America. Haiti recently assumed a very prominent role in CARICOM, and President Michel Martelly already embarked on a March 20 to 22nd trip to Guyana and Suriname, where he pursued a variety of cooperation agreements. So we are deepening our ties with Africa, deepening our ties with the Caribbean. And at the most recent meeting held in Port-au-Prince in February, Haiti introduced a project that would introduce a modern system to trace agricultural and industrial products. The introduction of such system would allow all products made in the Caribbean to reach its place of destination without having to pass through Florida, thus increasing intra-regional trade. It is quite strange, for example, that to sell Haitian mangoes in the Bahamas, they have to go first through Miami. We are also doing our best to deepen relations with South America. We have a very unique relation with Venezuela, who has demonstrated to us that solidarity in times of crisis transcends ideology. We have been the beneficiaries, and we are not the only ones in the region with solidarity with Venezuela. In our view, this is a true case of South-South cooperation that has largely gone unrecognized. And these kinds of relationships should serve as an important reference as we pursue greater relations and greater relationships in Africa. We have developed other wonderful relationships with countries in the region: Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, countries in the Caribbean, and they have too become an important reference point to us in terms of how we rebuild Haiti and how we pursue long-term development goals. These ties should also serve as an important reference as African nations become partners in our development goals. In closing, I want to thank the Secretary General of the OAS, the government of Trinidad and Tobago for bringing us here today, and allow me to urge the OAS to become more engaged in pursuing these cross-continental and cross-regional initiatives. One way to move forward might be to pursue closer relations with the African Union, as Haiti has been doing. We are currently an observer member in the African Union, and we are seeking full partnership. As Haiti, like I like to say, and I've been saying it, we are Africa in the Caribbean. And when you go to Haiti, you'll see what I'm talking about. And our logic is very simple. 7 out of 10 of the world's fastest growing economies are in Africa. Africa is a vibrant continent. All the countries in Africa have incredible growth potential. There is enormous opportunities in Africa, and Haiti wants to be there. The population of Haiti is similar to the African population, and when you come to Haiti, every African will feel right at home. 29 stock exchanges that represent 39 nations' capital market, Africa is a major global player. African Union membership status for Haiti would help us enter the African marketplace and will lead to increased cooperation between African and Haitian investors that will inevitably help us create jobs, better wages for the Haitian people. Examine more carefully and in a long-term approach, joining the African Union would help Haiti reduce poverty, improve food security, and in short, it makes sense for Haiti, and it should make sense for the Caribbean and South America to become closer to Africa. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Office of the Assistant Secretary General, Secretary General of the OAS, let me once again thank the Honorable Prime Minister of Haiti for a wonderful address. Please, a round of applause. Prime Minister, you will be very interested to know, you will be very interested to know, sir, that while you were speaking, one of the sponsors of the event today, SGP Energy Fund, has a $3 billion fund, and he's very interested in engaging the country after your speech. So a round of applause, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the departure of the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you. You may sit. As you enjoy dessert, we'll be turning over the stage very quickly to start immediately the finance panel.
Sound check.
Yes, sir.
all set?
I think so. I hit it in the corner.
I prefer if you would put it on.
You could go 5 minutes each. Yeah, and then put some this. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to advise that the Honorable Minister of Finance of Mozambique, the gentleman to my far right, will be speaking in Portuguese. So we will have available the translation devices for those of you who wish to interpret if you don't speak Portuguese. Sure. So let me once again thank the Honorable Prime Minister for his insightful remarks, and I also wish to recognize the Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for Africa, Ms. Floriza Liza, who has joined us during the lunch. Ms. Liza, are you still here? Thank you for being part of this very, very historic and timely initiative. Allow me to introduce the members of the panel very quickly. To my far right, to your far left, is Senator the Honorable Mr. Larry Awai, Minister of Finance of Trinidad and Tobago. Minister Awai was until recently, was the Chief Executive Officer of the First Citizens Group, one of the leading financial institutions in Trinidad and Tobago, and has over 30 years' experience in the financial services industry. He has held many directorships on boards of several major companies in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, including the Unit Trust Corporation, the Home Mortgage Bank, the Power Generation Company of Trinidad and Tobago, and the St. Lucia Electrical Management Authority. He was also the chairman of the Natural Gas Company, one of the co-sponsors today. To Minister Awai's left is the Honorable Seth Emmanuel Turkpa, Minister of Finance and Economic Planning of Ghana. Prior to being appointed as Minister of Finance of Ghana, Minister Turkpa served as Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the Economy from 2009 to January 2013. Before joining the ministry, he held several senior positions in the Fiscal Affairs Department of the International Monetary Fund, consulted for the African Development Bank, and the UN Committee of Tax Experts. Minister Turkpa is currently a member of the Board of Directors at Bank of Ghana and chaired the Joint Steering Committee of the Ghana Revenue Authority and Ghana Integrated Financial Management Information System reforms. To the Honorable Minister's left is the Honorable Minister of Mozambique, the Honorable Manuel Chang. Welcome. Minister Chang was appointed Minister of Finance of Mozambique in February 2005. Previous posts include Vice Minister of Planning and Finance, National Director of the Treasury, and National Director of Budget, quite an important post. He has served as Chairman of the General Assembly of the Commercial Bank of Mozambique and the Chairman of the Audit Council of the Bank of Mozambique. Welcome, gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for lunch. Thank you for agreeing to join the panel, and we look forward to fruitful discussions. Minister Hawaii of Trinidad and Tobago, I know you have a pressing engagement at the World Bank, so if I may, sir, start with you first. Minister Hawaii, Trinidad and Tobago is proud of its buoyant energy sector, but in recent years, there have been many discussions about moving towards a more diversified economy. Can you tell us a bit about those sectors of the economy that have been earmarked for development?
Thank you very much, and again, my apologies. I have another speaking engagement which requires me perhaps to leave before this ends. But Trinidad and Tobago, of course, has been the leading energy exporting, one of the leading energy exporting nations in the Americas. We are today, as the Prime Minister indicated earlier this morning, the largest exporters of ammonia and methanol in the world from a single site. And we are also one of the largest LNG exporters in the Western Hemisphere. And we've been able to do that leveraging less than half of 1% of global gas reserves. So even though we have a relatively small reserve position, we have been able to leverage it into becoming a fairly large energy exporting nation. What that has done for us is that, of course, it has enhanced our standard of living. And in fact, today, energy accounts for about 40% of the gross domestic product of Trinidad and Tobago. So moving that number down is something that has to be a long-term objective. It's not something that happens, almost overnight, although there is a certain amount of impatience locally about the speed with which that proceeds. But we have identified a number of areas that we know will impact on this. And interestingly, the first one is in the energy sector itself, because while we are very large exporters of ammonia and methanol, urea, for example, and so on, we have not gone very far down the value chain. And one of the areas we wanted to start with from the point of view of diversification is actually going further down the value chain, things like melamine, things like DME, dimethyl ether, and trying to add a new range of products further down the value chain that would enhance our manufacturing and export capability. Apart from that, we have focused on the financial services sector. We have one of the strongest financial services sector in the Caribbean, and we've started the process of having some of these companies move their back office processing for the region back into Trinidad and Tobago. So far, we've had 2 banks that have already started that process. We only started that process during the course of last year, and we expect within 3 years to create at least 3,000 jobs and move at least 9 companies into Trinidad to process transactions for their subsidiaries throughout the Caribbean. And we expect that within that time frame, we will be processing for at least 22 countries throughout the Caribbean region. A second area that we've sought to focus on is the tourism sector. We have a fairly we have a number of advantages over the rest of the Caribbean in areas such as ecotourism, for example, and we expect that we should be able to leverage that into some advantages within the region. Trinidad and Tobago is one of the more unspoiled areas of the Caribbean as far as tourism goes, simply because our focus has been on developing the energy sector, which we have been very good at, and less so on some of the other sectors which we're now focusing on. So that has been another area that we're focusing on. And strategically, Trinidad and Tobago is well positioned to take advantage of sea routes and sea lanes going into South America. And therefore, we expect to have a significant investment in the area of port development, which we will use to leverage to assist us with the building of a maritime and a shipping industry, which we've started to do. One of the very good things about Trinidad and Tobago is that we have a very strong fiscal position. We are A-rated country by Standard & Poor's, and therefore we are able to engage in discussions with a number of investors with regard to joint venturing in a number of areas of development. So these are three. We have actually identified about 8 areas, but of course you can't do all at the same time. So these are the ones that we sort of prioritize for immediate action as far as that is concerned.
In terms of prioritization of immediate wins, as you see it, for economic diversification, what opportunities do you see as low-hanging fruits in terms of collaboration with the continent of Africa?
Well, yeah, interestingly, when I was chairman of the National Gas Company, we did start discussions with the government of Ghana with respect to the possibility of us getting involved in the development of the Jubilee field and of investing in one of the in one of the plants which we can use for stripping liquids out of the gas, which will then be piped to the energy sector, the electricity sector. Trinidad and Tobago, as I say, we are the largest exporters in the world of ammonia and methanol. We have over 100 years of experience in oil production. We have over 50 years of experience in gas production and utilization of gas. We have natural gas, that is. We have developed quite a significant cadre of people with the expertise in this particular area. And it certainly is an area where we can bridge and share our strengths with the African continent with respect to the development of the energy sector.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Ghana. Ghana is also a great example of a blossoming economic exchange between Africa and the Americas. Your government has made great strides to promote trade and investment with countries, and you just heard of, including Trinidad and Tobago and many others. What are some of the policies that your government has adopted to foster this sort of exchange and some of the opportunities available in your country?
Well, thank you very much. As has been said, Ghana, quite recently has been growing, and it has become a middle-income country. So the first priority for the government, given the consequences of that status, including access to concessional financing, is how to diversify, the investment opportunities, that come to the country, and our access to international finance capital, to the extent that we are going to see a dwindling of concessional financing for many of the developments that we use. Now, the gas facility, which was mentioned in passing, is an example of how we need to make that transition. One of the things that has happened is that because of our classification as a developing country, and more so coming from Africa, almost all the potential investors, for even commercially viable activities tend to require, government guaranteed. And when you put that within context of the debt sustainability of the country, then you end up, with the prospects of your ratings suffering and your country becoming less attractive. So in addition to the point I have made about transitioning into lower middle income, is how to diversify our sources of investments in order that we can attract, more investments into the very rich natural resources that we have. Oil and gas has just added to, what Ghana has been known for in terms of agricultural produce, mainly, cocoa. We have also for centuries been mining, been known in the minerals sector. Therefore, in relation to these attraction of investments and also the very foundation on which the country is built, is the need for us to, first of all, diversify the economy, more. If you take agriculture, then we need to move towards agro-processing because of the potential for Ghana being the breadbasket for the region, particularly the Sahelian, countries, and also the potential for exports, which has seen agricultural produce increase between Ghana and, countries such as, Brazil. But we also need to add value. We need to add value to what we have been doing in agriculture, add value, to oil and gas, add value to minerals. So for this to happen, the government is also focused on infrastructure development, in transportation, in road networks, access to create, the requisite access to, to markets. So in a gist, the policy of government towards in terms of the relationship that we have, whether with traditional partners, such as Europe, and the USA, which is part of the Americas, or with, new partners such as the BRIC countries, is one of value addition, is one of diversification, and is one of making sure that, we use these efforts to consolidate our status, as, a middle income, country.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I think having looked at the audience here, and I think we have many private sector involvement here, what sort of strategy do you think the private sector and the countries represented here in this room that are engageable to actually facilitate these changes we are trying to achieve here today?
Indeed, the private sector has played a significant role, even though I have mentioned the role of the states. If you take the initial effort was obviously started by the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, which is a state-owned enterprise or corporation. But subsequent investments in the sector have all come from private sector, particularly American, companies. So the discovery, the Jubilee fields that was referred to, was actually the development, but it materialized as a result of equity capital, and to some extent even risk capital that flowed, and it paved the way, so for the nearly 20 or so explorations and oil finds that are taking place, most of it has been private capital. So Ghana has attracted significant private sector, private sector and capital into the sector. We have, production sharing and other agreements which are well known, for that effort. Ghana also has a liberal tax incentive and investment regime, which makes it, attractive for the private sector. But we are looking to move such private sector finance into areas, which I mentioned, like agriculture, the further addition, value addition to the mineral sector. Transportation is another area, regional transportation. And so it is not exclusively, governments that we seek, to bring the investments. There are quite a number of private sector investors. Indeed, if you take tourism, if you take, it's another example where private sector has come in very strongly. Financial services quite recently overtook agriculture, including cocoa, as in terms of the composition of GDP. And much of this is in the financial services, both in country and in the region. And a lot of it has come actually through private, financial institutions, and banks. So for all sectors of the Ghanaian economy, shipping, transportation, tourism, oil and gas, there is significant private sector involvement. Indeed, one initiative which I need to mention under the Millennium Challenge Corporation, Compact 2, which Ghana is going to sign soon with the United States. We finished with Compact 1. The focus is going to be on power, and we are looking to leverage, U.S. private, capital and private sector expertise into the value addition that we're talking in terms of energy and power. I believe that my colleague, the Minister for Energy, has spoken about some of these things in the earlier version. So private sector, is very active, in Ghana, including domestic private sector. The cocoa, Ghana is unique in comparison to other countries, where almost exclusively, without exception, all the cocoa, that is produced is by private, farmers, private sector, and the Ghana Cocoa Board is only an off-taker. So whether we're talking internally or in terms of attracting investments, there is every opportunity for private sector participation, in the economy.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of Mozambique, as I said, is speaking in Portuguese, so now may be the opportune time to put on your headsets. Minister, I'm not that good at Portuguese, so I will. Honorable Minister, Minister Chan, as one of the few Lusophone countries in Africa, Mozambique has been one of the earliest to engage in trade with the Western Hemisphere. I think that's a fact. Can you tell us a bit more about the kind of trade and investments your country is now engaging with Latin America, actively and in the past?
Muito obrigado. Queria começar a minha intervenção saudando a realização deste encontro, que julgo ajuda bastante a ligação entre os nossos países quanto ao comércio e quanto a investimentos. A minha intervenção vai ser diferente dos meus antecessores, porque os países estão já engajados na exploração dos recursos naturais há bastante tempo, quando, no nosso caso, nós estamos na fase de investimento, de realização de investimento ao nível de recursos minerais. Moçambique tem vindo a experimentar crescimento econômico razoável, acima de 7% em mais de 10 anos, portanto, significando que, neste sentido, consegue alcançar a estabilidade macroeconômica. Também tem mantido estabilidade política, depois de ter passado por situações de guerra, desde a altura da Guerra de Libertação Nacional até a altura da Guerra Civil que aconteceu. Portanto, também aqui nós conseguimos alcançar uma estabilidade política que nos permite pensar já em atividades econômicas e pensar na exploração dos recursos naturais que nós temos no país. O relacionamento que existe neste momento, mesmo em relação à África, com os países das Américas, os valores não são bastante elevados. Portanto, penso que deve andar em cerca de 20 bilhões de dólares ao nível da nossa região. A nível do país há de ser menos. O mais importante é daqui olharmos para frente. Como dizia, nós temos potencial no país. O nosso potencial está em redor da área de recursos naturais, minerais, está em redor do setor de energia, que eu penso que na região temos vantagem comparativa, uma vez que, de fato, nós temos estes recursos. Temos a área do turismo, que também neste momento é potencial. Temos a área de infraestruturas, que inclui infraestruturas ferroportuárias que alimentam o Interland para os países que estão no Interland. Temos o potencial ao nível da agricultura, com uma terra bastante rica que pode ser usado. Neste momento nós estamos a explorar ao nível do país vários tipos de produtos, desde o algodão, caju, copra, passando pelo tabaco e outros produtos. Por isso que eu dizia que, para o nosso caso, o mais importante é pensar o futuro. Nós temos este potencial e precisamos precisamos do resto que o país não tem, precisamos de capital, financiamento. Um dos grandes problemas que o país tem neste momento é o problema de financiamento para efeitos de exploração destes recursos, deste potencial que nós temos. Temos uma lei de investimento que nós consideramos que é razoável, com proteção ao nível do direito de propriedade dos investidores, com liberdade de repatriamento de capitais associados ao pagamento de empréstimos e dividendos. Temos também concedido benefícios fiscais desde a isenção de pagamentos de direitos aduaneiros, do IVA, na importação de bens de capital e também na redução de imposto sobre lucros das empresas em função do setor de atividades que estiverem localizados. Portanto, eu iria mais priorizar nesta intervenção aquilo que é o potencial que o país tem, aquilo que o país precisa em relação aos países das Américas, que é o financiamento, portanto, para estas atividades que nós indicamos. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, if I may ask you, please, in your opinion, what is the blueprint that Africa should follow to continue in the direction of positive growth, specifically Mozambique?
No nosso caso, nós julgamos, a nossa estratégia é identificar os setores onde nós pensamos que temos vantagem. Como eu dizia, temos a área da energia, temos a área de infraestruturas, que inclui infraestruturas ferroportuárias, temos a área do turismo, recursos minerais. O mais importante é que a exploração, a realização destes empreendimentos deve ser feito tendo em conta a necessidade de se conseguir ganhar benefícios na transformação.
Minister, we seem to be having a bit of technical difficulty. Others in the audience are saying that they can't hear. If I may, sorry? Channel 5? Let's try Channel 5. 1 second. You're not hearing. Let me try Channel 5.
Channel 1 is for English.
Can we do a test here, Minister?
E depois, então,
No, it's Channel 3. He wants to listen to Portuguese.
vou...
Channel 3.
Channel, no, Portuguese to English.
Então, repetindo o que eu disse, para Moçambique o mais importante é que nós sabemos identificar as áreas em que o país tem vantagem comparativa. Primeiro, temos a área de energia. Segundo, temos a área de infraestruturas, que eu disse que eram infraestruturas incluindo ferroportuárias, de alimentação a hinterland. Terceiro, temos a área de turismo. Quarto, temos a área dos recursos naturais. Portanto, estes setores estão eleitos pelo governo como sendo os setores em que nós temos que encontrar financiamento para a sua realização em prol do desenvolvimento do país. Mas Moçambique, sendo um país puramente agrícola, em nenhum momento pensa abdicar-se do desenvolvimento agrícola. Mesmo que o resultado da exploração dos recursos naturais tenha sucesso, nós queremos manter, portanto, a atividade agrícola como sendo dos mais importantes, tendo em conta a terra arável que nós temos no país. O terceiro aspecto que gostava de mencionar, que várias vezes é nos questionado, sendo Moçambique um potencial em termos de recursos naturais, nesta fase, já em fase de realização de investimento, em fase de prospecção, a pergunta muitas vezes é: o que é que Moçambique vai fazer com o resultado dos recursos naturais? É uma pergunta que eu acho que não se deve fazer, mas uma vez estamos aqui numa conferência, aquilo que tem sido as nossas respostas é que o país, Moçambique, é um país grande, com necessidades em investimentos. Qualquer tipo de recurso que provenha da área de recursos naturais deverá ser utilizado para o desenvolvimento destas infraestruturas em benefício das nossas populações. Este é o objetivo.
Sure.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we just have about 6 minutes left on this panel. I would surely love the opportunity to open the floor for 1 or 2 questions and ask which the relevant minister to answer in a couple of minutes. The floor is open. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Ghana, you had a question? Oh, you wanted water. The floor is open. His Excellency, the Ambassador of Dominica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the panel. One of the impressions that we have of the African continent is that of a powerhouse in terms of culture. And so far we've spoken about natural resources, and I think there's a natural resources slant in the discussion, which is fine. But I'm wondering, from the perspective of the ministers of Ghana and Mozambique, whether they see the development of a partnership with the Americas as something, or should I say, in the area of culture and in the exploitation of culture. I know Mozambique very well, and I know that quite apart from having strong
Sure.
Just a reaction on that, please.
Sure. Thank you, Excellency. One more question. Sir?
Is it on? No. If you don't mind, I'll speak in Portuguese. Para os senhores ministros, tinha uma pergunta. Sobretudo aqueles, antes de mais, muito boa tarde, Sr. Ministro, muito obrigado por estar aqui. Tinha uma pergunta. Sobretudo os países que pensam no futuro próximo fundar o seu desenvolvimento em proventos vindos dos recursos naturais, como veem o diálogo entre a urgência de segurança e de desenvolvimento ao nível da população e como é que os governos conseguem lidar com essa dicotomia entre segurança e desenvolvimento? Obrigado.
I will allow one question. I know the Ambassador of Chile requested the floor for a moment. Ambassador Paya, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Rather an information and as a way of congratulating the organizers, if in any way helps to prove that the idea, the concept of this meeting is right in track. Today, my country has announced our decision to open in the following weeks an embassy in Ghana.
Excellent.
So I thought it was the appropriate time to share that with you. So thank you again for the organizers of this event.
Thank you, thank you. And that in itself justifies the reason for these interactions. Gentlemen, let's start with the first question. Cultural partnerships. 1 minute each, and then I'll go to the final question in Mozambique. Excellency.
Yes, thank you very much. For Ghana, culture has, culture in terms of and let me be very specific, in terms of the diaspora, has been very much a part of Ghana's policy since, independence. And many of, in fact, the brains, behind, Ghana's thinking along independence has come from the from the diaspora. And indeed, we continue to promote that through, cultural, exchanges. We do have the Dubois and other centers, which are permanent establishments that have been set up in Ghana, for the promotion of the cultural linkages, particularly between Africa and Africa's people in the diaspora. There is an annual event, a festival which also promotes, this. So in the context of both our cultural, tourism and other policies, we have always been mindful of the fact that the African continent, and in particular Ghana, which has, more than 20 out of the, several forts and castles, that were used for colonial trade and other purposes, is the home for many of these institutions. And therefore, I would say that our policy very much incorporates. Perhaps what we need to do is to, create more awareness, about these policies, about the research centers, and about the opportunities for, even tourism that exists, and the preferences that Ghana gives, to its citizens, African citizens in the diaspora.
Sure. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, Mozambique, you have two short questions, cultural partnerships and balancing the
Pois,
uncertainty.
em relação à primeira questão, como dissemos na nossa intervenção, a ideia destes encontros é boa e eu julgo que há vários temas ou setores de troca de experiência entre os nossos países, incluindo a área cultural, onde Moçambique, como qualquer outro país da África, tem uma riqueza bastante grande em termos culturais. Então penso que do nosso lado estão abertas as portas para que haja este tipo de intercâmbio. Em relação à segunda pergunta que foi feita quanto ao diálogo sobre a segurança e desenvolvimento das populações, eu também disse na minha intervenção que o objetivo primordial de qualquer recurso que nós tivermos com a exploração dos recursos naturais vai ter que servir para o desenvolvimento do nosso país. Vai ter que ajudar a implementar o plano de combate à pobreza que nós temos neste momento. Nós temos que reduzir o índice de incidência da pobreza das populações que andam em cerca de 50%, 40 e tal por cento neste momento. Temos que utilizar estes recursos para que sejam feitos projetos de investimentos necessários para reduzir esta pobreza que, infelizmente, ainda graça sobre o nosso país. Obrigado.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very kindly for your attention. A lusty round of applause to our esteemed panel.
Okay. Congratulations.
And that applause should have been louder. I'll tell you why. As you know, we're on the cusp of the IMF World Bank meetings, and they took time off some extremely hectic agendas to join us here. Gentlemen, you performed with distinction, and I thank you on behalf of the organizers of this meeting. Thank you. Energy panel.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to take your seats. Our business opportunities in the energy sector panel is about to begin. It will begin in approximately 1 minute. So if you can take your seats, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I think they'll just quiet down as soon as you start talking.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Business Opportunity Forum for the Energy Sector. Today we have a panel of esteemed colleagues, global players from both the private sector and the government sector. My name is Darren Bozak. I'm the president of SGP Energy Fund. We are an entrepreneurial group specializing in green energy, supplied nationwide and international. I sit before you today completely aware of the global challenges, and if you don't mind, I am going to use some notes. I was told I get a little long-winded, so I'm going to stick to points if it's all right. I sit before you today humbled with the opportunity, and I have to say thank you to Ambassador Parsons, the OAS, and all of the dignitaries present today, and for everybody for attending and giving us the opportunity to express the benefits of energy, both green and conventional. We look around, and although the environment is not what this panel is about, everybody on this panel recognizes the challenges and the benefits of environmental enhancements that we look forward to in the future. So there may be some crosstalk relative to that, but we're going to try to stick to point. Now, I was told by a very good friend of mine that Reverend Jesse Jackson told him once that once you have the mic, you go ahead and say what you want to say. So this is my commercial as one of the sponsors. SGP Energy Fund delivers the opportunity for turnkey energy solutions worldwide. We have delivered a solution-based approach that enables our consortium to move into an arena with a solution that drives a model for success for the region in which we serve. The approach is completely turnkey. Each member of our consortium has specific skills, and they deliver. Our four-step approach is simple. We evaluate the need, we make recommendations for the solution, we plan, and we execute. We specialize in renewables, including deep well geothermal. Deep well geothermal from a perspective of shallow wells, 6,000 feet maximum, being able to provide constant, consistent temperature of 300 degrees and being able to reap the harvest and the benefit of 24/7 power. We do hydroelectric, solar, concentrated solar, wind, biomass, and are constantly on the prowl for any new technology that might be earth-shattering and making a difference and an impact to the nations we serve. As a creative arm, we also look at demand-side management. We recognize from a conservation standpoint that where we're using our energy or exploiting our energy, we're not doing what's necessary. So if we can control the demand side, optimize using energy efficiency and conservation, this makes the world go round. This panel and the entire forum is designed to trigger the process of thought that will bring forth energy and infrastructure solutions to various nations that are in attendance. SGP Energy Fund is here to offer its services, provide a 100% guaranteed uptime through renewable energy deployment, and of course potable water. This is accomplished through power purchase agreements backed by the commitment of the countries we serve. We are committed to deliver the impact to Africa and the Americas. We are committed to do it right, remain in country, create employment, and sponsor fellowship and goodwill. The bottom line, SGP Energy Fund is coming to your country with financial capabilities. Our current commitments to the region are hovering, I heard somebody announce this before, but somewhere around the $3 billion is what we're committing. Our consortium brings a total commitment of $10 billion. On to our panel. I trust you've all reviewed the bios, so I'm going to make it short and sweet. The gentleman chose not to sit in the order which I had, but that's okay, so they can just wave. We have Honorable Kevin Ramlarine, Minister of Energy, Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable Minister brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the panel from both the energy research standpoint and the governmental perspective. Eric Davenport. Eric Davenport is CEO and CIG Group, the one who sponsored this. Eric is also the chairman of CIG SCP South Africa. Mr. Davenport is an expert in procurement and business management and associated cost reductions. He is a global entrepreneur geared to deliver with proven success. Julian J. Nabrado, President, Europe, Middle East, and Africa of the AES Corporation, where he currently oversees the company's operations in 10 countries. Julian has an extensive experience in global energy sector, ranging from operations, legal, and finance. Mr. Gilberto Marin. I'm sorry. He's the chairman of his company, who specializes, and I can't pronounce the name of the company, but he specializes in waste management from a diaper scenario. The opportunity to convert that into energy, and he speaks vast volumes with regards to that opportunity. Mr. Brian Rich, VP Business Development of APR Energy. Mr. Brian Rich is the Senior Vice President of Business Development. Whether it's bridging power during new plant construction or to provide the extra capacity to meet seasonal peak demand, APR Energy delivers scalable and customized power solutions anywhere in the world to help their customers meet the high megawatt demands. APR is the leading provider of large-scale turbine power stations, having recently signed a 250 megawatt deal in Libya and currently commissioning an additional 200 megawatts of turbine capacity in Uruguay. Having said that, we'll move to the questions. Our panel is going to be similar to others. We will move down the line. Again, they're not in order. We'll ask one question, we'll move back to the other question. I believe the dialogue on this energy panel will be strong enough that there may not be time for questions, and there's a lady in the corner going to hold a sign up telling me when I need to stop. So if we get to a point where the questions cannot be taken, if you can hold your question and we'll have a private dialogue outside, that might be the best way. Honorable Minister. Trinidad and Tobago is known for its strong oil and gas sector. Can you tell me a bit about the internationalization efforts of the state oil and gas companies? In particular, I'd like to know about the efforts of the National Gas Company, if you will.
This working? Yeah. Good.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your question is very pertinent to this forum. One of the strategies of the National Gas Company is to expand its footprint outside of Trinidad and Tobago. The National Gas Company is almost 40 years old, and it has built up a wealth of expertise in natural gas transmission and commercialization. The company is also almost $6 billion asset base, and it has a very strong cash position. So with those strengths in mind, National Gas Company in recent years has been actively seeking out opportunities in the Caribbean, Latin America, and in Africa. And we are at this point in time tendering for a pipeline project in Africa. This is a pipeline that connects Kenya to Uganda. It's called a reverse flow pipeline. And we're looking at other opportunities on the continent. In Latin America and the Caribbean, there's a natural shift taking place away from liquid fuels and towards natural gas for power generation. And again, we are in talks with Panama, Costa Rica, and the Dominican Republic with regard to participating with those countries in effecting that shift. So that is, in a nutshell, what we've been doing with the NGC. And even within Trinidad and Tobago, as Minister Hawaii pointed out, we are looking at the diversification of the energy sector within Trinidad and Tobago, because our natural gas mainly goes to three products, ammonia, methanol, and liquefied natural gas. And we think that more value could be had by going further downstream of those three products.
Okay. One of the questions I had was on the methanol production. Is there a throughput or volume that you have on an annual basis?
I think it's somewhere in the region of 5 million tons per annum, 5 to 6 million tons per annum of methanol, which is, I'm advised, about 10% of global methanol production. So we actually are a significant methanol producer to the extent that when there are supply shocks in Trinidad, it affects global price.
And are you selling methanol to?
The majority of our methanol comes to the United States and Europe.
And Europe.
United States and Europe.
Okay. Eric Davenport, your company, CIG Group, is involved in a range of projects around the world. Can you tell us a little bit about the group specifically and some of the work that you're doing in Africa and your interest specifically in Latin America oil and gas sectors?
Thanks for you guys for having me on the panel. It's exciting to actually be part of this because what we do at CIG Group is partnerships. And within the sector of partnerships, we look at supply chain management from begin to end. I hear everybody talk about projects being $1 billion, $2 billion, but how do you get the products and materials to the supplier to actually do the job? And how do you build the country? How do you employ staff? So you have to look at it from a supply chain management standpoint. A lot of companies don't go overseas because they don't understand how they're going to get their product materials, how they're going to do the service that's being provided. So what CIG does, we partner with a group. So we come together as one group to actually help inside country to help with their local content laws and also their best practices. Because we're also dealing with, within the U.S., we have compliance laws we have to go by. So a lot of companies, we have to educate them that there's compliance restrictions on a global basis. And once they understand the compliance side, you're able to provide products and materials and services. So within CIG Group, we are working within Equatorial Guinea, where we joined a partnership that we do total procurement for their hydrocarbon area within the oil and gas sector. And what that means that these guys have operation budgets on an annual basis between $800 to $500 million, and we are helping them to supply their product and materials. So as a group, when you partner, you have to also put in contents that you have to help the locals to provide products and materials. We just can't have projects in a country where they've never seen any product materials or nor they are being educated on the things that they need just as well.
Okay. So if my understanding is correct, if there's a project on the books and somebody brings you the drawings, you'll handle the procurement of every nut and bolt, et cetera, within that project?
That's totally correct. We can do that with our partnerships and groups that we have. We're definitely going to be looking, seeing what they have in country because we definitely want to develop the people that's in country. We want to ask manufacturers that's producing things to also go within country because I noticed in several other projects that we're working on, some guys only know I'm doing a project in Equatorial Guinea, but they don't know how to utilize and how to get to Equatorial Guinea to start a company and to develop business. In Nigeria, there's a local content law, and within that local content law, you have to partner with a local company to actually work in that territory. So one of the things I take pride in my company is doing is that we go and touch base to understand the country first before we try to do business.
Okay. So then, with the volume you're doing, are you able to state that your buying power and price point is better than any central government that you're dealing with?
Well, I think that the partnership, when you talk about some small countries that's just getting started, their buying power is going to be very low. But our consolidated global buying power is going to help them to offset some of their costs. And we also can help reduce large major companies to reduce their costs by us having a great partnership because we join in together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julian, AES is another perfect example of a power company doing business both in Africa and Latin America. You were yourself based in Dominican Republic and Venezuela, correct?
That's right, in Panama.
Okay. At some point, and now you oversee your company's operations in Europe and the Middle East. So what are the similarities you see in the terms of the challenges and opportunities in both Latin America and Africa?
Yeah. I mean, first one point, I mean, we're roughly 10 times, our investments in Latin America, 10 times what we have in Africa. We're, like 15,000 megawatts of installed generation capacity in Latin America against 1,500 in Africa, essentially in Nigeria and Cameroon. So and as you can tell, I'm from Venezuela, I'm a Latin American. So I can talk about the experience of bringing our Latin American experience into Africa and what has, the opportunities I have seen. A few. The first one is that generally we have seen our Latin American managers being very, very successful in Africa. The type of challenges, the type of, they adapt to the culture very fast. They understand the institutional limitations, the opportunities. They really do a very good job. So we have seen, I would say, compared to other regions, we tend to bring Latin America, when we bring managers, we bring a lot of Latin American managers into Africa, and they do a great job. So that's one, and that's a great opportunity for Latin American companies here that I'm sure you will always have a similar opportunity of bringing African managers in, people from Africa as managers into Latin America. We have done it, but it's not just a matter of our size. We have done more from Latin America to the other side. That's one. Then from the energy side, there is the challenges are very similar. One of our challenges in Latin America, and it's a challenge that we have in Africa, is the same, is how to serve, poor communities. In Cameroon, one of our companies who work, 50% of our customers consume less than 100 kilowatt hours per month. And people, maybe that's not a number that people know what it means, but it means that people have essentially in their house a little fridge, maybe 2 light bulbs, and they run a fan a few hours a day, roughly. We have similar consumption in El Salvador, similar consumption in some of the areas where we produce in the Dominican Republic, in Panama, and in Venezuela where we were. And to be able to provide energy in a sustainable way, profitably, to these people is a challenge. It's a challenge for a company like us, and we had a very successful experience doing it all around Latin America, coming up and finding ways of providing good quality service at good affordable prices. And we have done it all around, and we're using those techniques in Cameroon, fairly successful. In our 10-year experience in Cameroon, we have been able to attract, increase our customer base by more than 100%. So we have seen and reduced the amount of unserved energy by around 83%. And another big challenge is electrification. Electricity is probably the most efficient way of addressing people's energy needs. There are many ways that people address their energy needs. If they don't have electricity, they figure out some other ways of resolving the problems. Electricity is the most efficient way from an economic point of view, from an environmental point of view, from any way you see it. And it is a challenge in big countries, in countries with big extensions, and we see that in Africa and some of the countries that we work in Latin America, how to bring electricity to some of the communities which are not in the center. And that's something that we need to work with the governments. But we have really used the same experience we have used in El Salvador, especially with a program that we have with the U.S. government. We're bringing that same experience into Cameroon, and it has helped us, resolve some of the problems that they have. And I'll say the third one, which is very important, and is probably the driver of a company like us, is bringing investments. In a growing economy, electricity needs to go at the same pace as the economy goes. We need to invest at the same pace as the rest of the economy grows, and that we see is that in most of our countries, demand grows at a higher pace than GDP. GDP grows at around 6 to 4%. You'll see demand growing at 8 to 10%. And that requires money, that requires investments, requires generation, transformers, lines, poles, people, educating, all of that. And we, that's our job as a company. We organize those investments. Our case in Cameroon, in the last 10 years, we have invested more than $1 billion, and it has been a successful experience. The same we have done all around Latin America. We invest every year more than $1 billion a year in Latin America in adding additional support to the growing economies we serve. And that's how we make money and how we create value. We as a company believe that the success for a power company like we are is providing a sustainable way of providing electricity at an affordable price. And sustainable means in many, many forms. I mean, not only environmentally, but also economically. We need to do it in a way that is profitable, that is good for the environment, and at the same time that a price that our customers and our people can pay.
Okay, I think point taken. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I would readdress, but we're running out of time.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't stick to my notes.
I know you didn't. Gilberto, first of all, Gilberto is listed as a green energy promoter in Mexico, but I'd like him to take the time to actually explain a little bit more about himself, because I did not do a very good job about it. So if you take the time, sir, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Secretario General Isunza for the invitation together with Ambassador Randim. Well, our group basically are in 5 areas. Our main area is the production of baby diapers, adult diapers, lady sanitary napkin. We are the 2nd largest in Latin America, based in Mexico, of course. We are also in energy. We are also in consumer products, textiles, real estate, and services. Well, I will concentrate in the main 2 areas, which is why we went to aeolic energy, where we were producing baby diapers. Where we are very concerned about the sustainability, as you mentioned before. And in all our studies, we look at that mothers like baby diapers, but also they are concerned about the friendship with the nature. So after working a lot in our R&D, after 10 years, we launched the first biodegradable baby diaper called BioBaby. And in that diaper, most of the raw materials are either biodegradable or recyclable. But one of the content of this is electricity, one content of the cost. And electricity, especially in Mexico, is very expensive. So we make another study, and we hire a company in Spain, and they found that one of the best renewable energy for that, and also sustainable effect, also cost effective, was aeolic energy.
Okay.
And that's why we went to begin to develop this aeolic park, which is going to be one of the biggest one. It's in our state, in Puebla City. It's going to be 365 megas, and we'll begin to work by the end of next year. We make an association with Iberdrola, that, as you know, is a Spanish company, which is the biggest one in aeolic energy right now. So this is our main facts. Regarding with Africa, the only thing we are doing is we are exporting baby diapers, adult diapers from our company in Spain.
Sure.
And of course, it is our intention to allocate their production. We are just now studying the different alternatives.
Okay. So not to interrupt, we want to try and keep it on point. So one of my question for you, since you gave your introduction, is as a renewable energy promoter, can you define your role in attracting opportunity to Latin America? Now, I want to try and keep these responses to 2 minutes, if we can, because everybody has a number of questions here, and we haven't even got to Brian yet. So.
Well, I think really in Latin America there is a lot of opportunities. First of all, we have a lot of resources for renewable energy. Also, we can see already in most of the government plans to include renewable energy, and I will just give an example. For instance, in the case of Brazil, okay, in their plan, they are going to increase by 10 times. Okay, so Mexico, for instance, renewable energy, aeolic energy, right now the total actual production is about 1,250 megas, and they are planning to go at least to 13,000 megas. I'm talking aeolic energy. So really, it's a huge opportunity, depending on the countries you go. If you go, for instance, to Paraguay, Paraguay is the #1 per capita producer of hydraulic energy, okay? And maybe they are not investing, that's why, in aeolic energy.
Okay.
So it depends where you want, but I think there is a huge opportunities for this kind of energy.
All right. Thank you. Brian, APR Energy, can you tell us a little bit about your company's experience in Latin America and Africa?
Is this working? Sorry. It's showing a red light. Yes. What APR does is if a minister or a utility or an industry needs power and they need large blocks of power fast, we produce the power. And what does that mean? If you take the case of Latin America, last year in the fourth quarter, the government of Uruguay came to APR and said, we need a power solution. We need 100 megawatts delivered and installed in 60 days. So as Julian and the people who deal in the permanent power space know, that traditionally to install 100 megawatts of power on a fast-track basis, assuming everything's in place, financing, permitting, that's 2.5, 3 years if you're doing a really fast job. So from the point in which we signed the contract to the point in which we evacuated power was 60 days. They then came to us and they asked for another 200 megawatts. And this is the government of Uruguay. So from the date in which we signed the contract to the date in which we'll evacuate 200 megawatts of power, that's 90 days. So essentially what we do is we provide what used to be deemed to be permanent capacity extraordinarily quickly. And that can be in response to an event, it could be in response to a tsunami like Japan, or it can be to supplement just simple underserved supply to meet demand, whatever that demand may be. And in Latin America, we operate from Guatemala down through Argentina. In Africa, we have operating power plants from Botswana, Angola, to Gabon, up through Senegal. We've just signed a contract to provide 250 megawatts of fast-track power in Libya. From the date in which we signed the contract to the date in which we're evacuating power, 90 days.
So the question would be, how do you do it in 90 days?
We've got a technology that we've mobilized. So in the case of Uruguay, we're using aeroderivative turbines from Pratt & Whitney. So these are turbines that you would look out the side of your plane and see on the side of a hanging beneath a wing of an aircraft. We've put those in 60-foot containers. Because of the time in Uruguay, for example, we put those 60-foot modules into Antonov aircraft, and we actually flew the turbines in. And the turbines arrived in Uruguay in 5 days. And we ship the balance of plant, the transformers. We'll build a substation. But these are mobile. These are mobile. So from the entire logistics, from opportunity identification to procurement of materials, APR has developed a system in which we can do this that quickly.
And you stock inventory?
Yes, we have an exclusive arrangement with Pratt & Whitney where we've pretty much bought all their output that the Algerians haven't bought. Then we also buy turbines elsewhere. We've got an arrangement with Caterpillar for the reciprocating engines. Okay. So we stock inventory and we place it at the drop of a hat.
All right. Mr. Minister, this panel is open to discuss energy opportunities within the Americas and Africa. Speaking from and for a large energy producing nation, where do you see the opportunities within your country and the region for business in energy?
Within
your country.
And in the region?
Correct.
Well, within our country, we have one of our main pillars at the Ministry of Energy is to attract foreign direct investment in the exploration and production of oil and gas and in the downstream sector. Only last week, Monday, we signed a project development agreement with Mitsubishi of Japan for $850 million methanol to dimethyl ether plant. So that's one example of business development taking place in our country. We are also looking at pioneering small-scale LNG, liquefied natural gas, and compressed natural gas for export within the region because of this growing gas market that we see in the Caribbean region. So that's the downstream side of things and the midstream side of things. In the upstream, which is exploration and production, we have continuous bid rounds being put out by the Ministry of Energy. And we've had a successful deepwater bid round in 2012. There's going to be another deepwater bid round in 2013 and a land-based bid round in 2013. In the region, I know I'm running out of 2 minutes that I had. In the region, there is tremendous opportunity in the Guyanas. There has been a major discovery in French Guyana, and there is exploration taking place as we speak right now in Guyana, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and Suriname. And the U.S. Geological Society thinks that the Guyana Basin is one of the most prospective areas in the world.
Okay. So the next question for you would be, can you speak to any green energy initiatives that you're trying to bring business into your country?
Well, actually, only recently installed solar lighting in 9 community centers in Trinidad. And we are right now conducting what we call a wind resource assessment study in conjunction with the University of the West Indies and what we call the Green Fund and the National Energy Corporation. And we have set ourselves a target of having a small 5-megawatt wind farm by the year 2015. Taking into consideration, however, that the cost of energy in Trinidad is very cheap.
Yes.
Because of natural gas. We generate power at 5 US cents per kilowatt hour, which is almost 10 times less than our counterparts in the region. So, the government's policy is to move in the direction of green energy, and we are looking at CNG. We consider CNG, of course, although it's a fossil fuel, to be a step in that direction. And we're looking at CNG for transportation. We already generate all our power using natural gas, so that's a green initiative. And we are moving, as I said, towards the renewable forms of energy. But I think that one of the things that countries miss quite often is energy efficiency. There is a lot of energy that is being wasted because of inefficient building design and so on. And we are also placing a lot of emphasis on energy efficiency in Trinidad.
Well, being a natural gas country and supplying at such an inexpensive rate, it makes sense for the electricity rates to be low. But you hit the nail on the head relative to efficiencies. The benefit is, why not recapture the energy that we might be wasting in pressure drop, et cetera? As we know from a pressurization position in a pipeline, we have pressures that drop. We have pressures that are excess. And there's technologies today which are available to allow us to recapture that, and that's free energy. So therefore, you reduce consumption of your own product, which you can then sell in the open market.
Exactly.
Okay. Eric, what are some of the challenges and opportunities, challenges and opportunities you've seen while working in Africa?
Some of the challenges that we have is that the understanding of local content and what the rules are within the country. I think a lot of people go inside a country with some assumption that it's going to be an overnight success, and it takes time to build within the country. So those are some of the myths that I noticed. But there's great opportunities. CIG, we want to showcase the great opportunities they have for mid-sized companies. A lot of big companies are going there and getting major contracts, but the mid-sized companies don't even understand how to even work and how to relate within the country. So with our partnerships and our groups, that we want to try to illustrate how to work and how to communicate within the globalization of CIG Group and also partnering.
Okay, thank you. Julian, 2 minutes. There's over 3 billion people still do not have access to electricity in the world. Can you talk a minute about AES experience in bringing electricity to those type of people in remote regions?
I mean, that's essentially what we do every day, especially in Latin America and Africa, ensuring that we can go and bring electricity to places where there's no electricity. The challenge is generally is that in order to do it in the place, the small communities that are further apart, where consumption is low, it requires, not only the work of a company, but the support of the government agencies and, essentially the government agencies. And that's where I think our experience in Latin America has been very successful, not only in bringing up the government of the country we're working, but also bringing the support of the U.S. government and some of the NGOs to help us bring that electricity and help us bring that electricity to the places where we are. And as I said, electricity is the best way the most efficient way of addressing people's energy needs. There's no other better way. So every time you bring electricity to a poor community, or to any community, you improve people's lives, you increase their productivity, you ensure that they can fulfill their life, they can have a much better life. So that's generally our experience. And
quality of life.
That's our challenge in terms of quality of life. That's a challenge in Africa. It's a challenge still in Latin America. in Africa, our experience in Cameroon is, we have been fairly successful. If you compare, Cameroon has an electrification today of around 50%, a little more than 50%, while sub-Saharan Africa, probably the average is around 30. So, we have been able, through our investments, our capacity to really help the country address some of the needs. But there's still, there's still a lot of work to do.
Sure.
50% of the people need electricity, and today they don't have it. And
Right.
we need to find ways of doing
Another
that.
panel, we can talk about distributed
That's right.
generation, et cetera. Gilberto, you're currently working on a wind farm, is that correct? Yes. Can you just describe how that's worked for you and what the process has been?
Well, thank you. As I mentioned before, we begin these studies on 2009, the wind studies of the location and going through that. So after that, well, we found different areas in the country of Mexico, but even if there is areas where there is more wind hours per year, there has all kind of problems. So the best place we found was Puebla State, which, by the way, is a state where we are, because there we also have the main consumers. There is a lot of industry there, Volkswagen, Audi, ourselves, many others. And also, you can have access easy to the land, because basically it's private land. It's not ejidos, which is a different property, which has another kind of problems. And then, of course, we have all the support of the government. So right now, we're going to begin to build the first phase, which is 65 megas. Then we go to the second one, which is 150. Then we go to the third one, which is another 150, in total 365. And that will be about 30%, 33% of the actual production in Mexico, because total production in Mexico is 1,250.
Okay. So you're basically saying, if I'm correct, it's location, government support, and funding. Is that correct?
Yes, but I would say location, location, and location.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Brian, if you will, how does the role of APR see the role in bridging power solutions in Latin America and the Caribbean? Can you tell us a bit about the company's experience in Latin America?
Yeah, I think it's just carrying on to what I said. It's very simple. If you've got gas that's sitting there, you can try to sell the gas as a commodity. You can liquefy it and sell it, or you can bring a solution and that can monetize that gas in the form of electricity within 30 to 60 days. If you've got an urgent power need, and let's say, for example, you're in any country in which Latin America is developing permanent capacity, the construction period is going to be 2, 3, or more years. So why not offer the ministry this? Here's a permanent power solution which meets the long-term needs of your nation. This can be in the Caribbean. This is anywhere in which we operate. But in 60 days, I'll give you that equivalent amount of capacity. When the construction's complete on the full-time permanent facility, all you do is pull the equipment out, and then we redeploy somewhere else. So this is our model, anywhere, everywhere. We don't transmit, we don't distribute, we just generate, and we bring it in quickly. So it supports industry. The mining and extractive industries cannot stand to be without power for a duration that could be as limited to 2 hours. So if you want to promote industry in your nation, and you need power quickly and you don't want to wait for the grid to develop, if you've got to support the grid stability, distributed generation, if you want to support just the peak, or you need base load capacity, that's what we do. And the only qualifier to what APR does, as in any other power, is we just do it fast.
Sure.
Fast. That's it.
Sure. That's evident. All right. We have people waving at me. We have a few minutes left. We can open the floor to questions, or we can continue on the panel. If there's anybody has any urgent questions? No? Excellent. Then we'll continue on. Oh, pardon me. There's a question? Oh, there.
I'm very interested in knowing how these corporations communicate their good intentions to the communities that are adjacent to these projects. In other words, what is your system to communicate your social responsibilities to specific communities?
It's an open field. Anybody want to take that question?
90% of our workforce globally is localized workforce. So because we're in temporary power, we're hiring nothing but local people. So in any jurisdiction in which we operate, not only are we hiring local, but we also support the community in traditional ways that other companies would do, whether it's to support education, the construction of schools, soccer fields, etc. But I think outside of that stereotypical approach, our focus is solely local. So plant manager, operations manager comes in, and then immediately we train the workforce because we're 100% dependent on that local workforce to run our plant and operation.
I think it's kind of obvious for every person on this panel to use the local workforce and educate the local workforce. It enhances the ability of the company to perform quickly for deployment and for ongoing maintenance and operations. William?
One point that it's an essential part for the success of any project, not only in the power sector, clearly, to get the support of the communities that are around where you are. In some places, it's a very regulated process. You know, if you go and do it in the UK, you know, you have to go through a process. It's all very, very detailed. In most of our communities in Latin America and in Africa, it is a more of a, and in the Middle East, it's a more difficult process from the point of view it's not regulated. It's an open dialogue. It's also very rich because it's an open dialogue with the communities, with the leaders of the communities, getting them to participate. And I will say that something we have learned, and that's what my learning at least, is that there's not one size fits all. The way I need to communicate with a community in a project I'm currently building in Jordan is completely different than the way I communicate with a community of projects that I'm building in Northern Ireland or projects that I'm building in Cameroon. The people you talk to are different, what you hear is different, the social programs we have are different, because the first thing we need to do is respect the local culture, respect how they come to decisions, respect what they want, and try to work with them in addressing some of the issues that your project might bring to the community.
And that's the key to globalization, yes. I can't hear you, sorry. Can you? Did you get that?
I guess your question is whether we do rural and urban areas. We do both. Clearly, for some of the rural, for the bigger countries, on the rural areas, we have to have distributed generation. We have small engines all around distributed to provide energy to communities. But we do them all. In some places, in order to provide rural electrification at a sustainable rate, and a price that people can pay, you require government subsidies because there's no way you can build 300 or 100-kilometer line to serve a small community of 100 people. But I think there's, as I always say, and I'm a great believer in this, there's not the best way to serve people energy needs is giving them electricity. There's no other way. There's no other way. This is what it changes people's life from it increases their productivity, their quality of life, their health, their life expectancy, their education. Everything you looked at, somebody before electricity and after electricity is like a different person in terms of the prospects for themselves and their communities.
It's still the challenge is to deliver the power. As Julian was saying, it's either distributed generation, it's point of use, it's a microgrid application, which is the buzzword today. Everyone has to be evaluated differently. The point is that electricity does supply that quality of life, and that's really what we strive as a group from SGP to deliver, is the quality of life.
I have to add to what we say as we talk about the electricity and we mandating, we getting things up inside the country. If we look at it when you travel to abroad and you look inside the country, well, just as well, we all have light bills, telephone bills. But if we don't have a job to pay for those bills that we're creating all this big thing, we have to understand on the supply side is the demand where the general public can get an opportunity to work on the supply chain management from the beginning to end. there's a lot of products and materials that these oil and gas guys and these energy people need to create jobs so these people can, when the lights do turn on, they can afford what we're trying to create for them. So sometimes we got to look at within country, look at the opportunities that's there if we could stay in country and not leave. And so when we look at CIG Group, we look at it as a whole supply chain management process. Yeah, it's a great opportunity, but how are we going to afford these things? How are those people in country going to be able to afford the hotels that you go into that the cost won't be so high the way they are right now? So when I look at it from a supply chain management standpoint, I want to work with the locals because they understand their country and they understand what the growth in the process is. I just don't want to walk away from a project. I want to stay in country.
Okay. Gilberto?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on something about the question before of social responsibility, because I think it's very important. I just want to make just 3 things. For us, the way we do that, this communication, it is, of course, to the social nets. And of course, in Mexico, as not everybody has access to internet, we also use our own diapers. Sure. I mean, the diapers arrive, and inside we have what we call Bebe tips. Through that, we give different communication, like we are beginning to do this Eolic Park in this part of the country because this. And the other part are the school, primary schools especially. So we invite them to visit the park, to go to the balls and all that. And the women and the kids are very, very well a way to communicate to the society what we are doing.
Absolutely. Any other questions? I think that's it.
Great job.
I got a paper anyways telling us. So I want to thank you again for allowing us this opportunity to speak about energy. We could easily go on with this panel and myself for days talking about opportunity and technologies. Conservation is the key. Energy conservation, being smart, using it, optimizing the use, that's what's going to make a difference and an impact. If we go into a facility or we go into a community and it's producing or requiring currently, maybe it's 10 megawatts, maybe it's 1, maybe it's 200. But the reality is if it's conserving properly and optimizing the use, we may be able to reduce that demand by 50%. If we can reduce the demand by 50%, the capitalization cost is in just infrastructure. It's not about regeneration and new power. So there's just closing thoughts and closing comments to think about, but I thank you for your time. Thank you.
I'm going to tell them to be seated. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may we ask you to please take your seats? Thank you so much. Okay, we're ready? Okay, our first panelist for the mining sector. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you take your seats. Thank you. My name is Bernadette Paolo. I'm the president and CEO of the Africa Society of the National Summit on Africa. And this afternoon, we are going to do something on this panel that we haven't done previously, because you see, there have been two missing categories so far today on these panels. One is women, and the second, in Washington, D.C., where we have 60,000 lawyers, are lawyers. And fortunately, on this panel today, we have both. Among our panelists today, we have over 110 years of experience. And panelists, yes, lest you be afraid that I'll start naming your ages, I will avoid doing so. And before we get started, rather than giving a commercial about our organization, I can talk to you privately about that. I would like to address the comments made all morning from our colleagues from Nigeria. And our answer to that will be given by the distinguished ambassador from Botswana, who will let you know that there are many other countries on the continent of Africa. So I'll begin my introductions so that we can have time, so that we can hear from our panelists and you can ask questions, because I want our panel to be very interactive. But I'll say two things only in the beginning. If I say mining to you right now, there are certain images that come to mind. You might think of miners who were trapped in Latin America. You might think of the miners in South Africa. What we want to talk about is what a revitalized mining sector can do to economies in Latin America and in Africa, and we have specialists who will be able to give you that information. Her Excellency Tabulelo Seretse became ambassador to Botswana in 2001, but she has been the minister 4 times, including Minister of Trade. She is an attorney, she is an economist, she is an accountant, and if that were not enough, she's also a mother of 4. She will tell you about the hybrid in Botswana and how they've used their mining sector as it pertains to diamonds. Dr. Enrique Segura has held executive positions in the financial and service sectors for more than 20 years and has extensive experience working with governments and managing large international companies. He is currently chairman of the board and majority owner of ENSE. It's a holding company that retains majority interest in the U.S. The group companies have operations in 43 countries, and a global workforce of 15,000 employees and an annual turnover of $1.2 billion. Next, we have Cassia Cavallo, and everyone brings different experience because Cassia's experience also is in sustainability and regulatory issues, and she also, you look very young to have 20 years of experience, but she has 20 years of experience also working with economic development investments, stability issues, partnership building, and political and regulatory analysis in Africa and Latin America, Asia, and Europe. She also has worked with the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which is a U.S. entity, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say about your experiences. when I talked about attorneys. We have 2 attorneys on our panel. Russell King is one. He is counsel to Freeport-McMoRan. Freeport-McMoRan is a mining company. They're in the DRC, they're in Chile and Peru, and they're throughout Asia as well. And he serves senior vice president of Freeport-McMoRan, and this is an international resource corporation, and he will tell you more about Freeport-McMoRan. I want to start these questions right now, but what we will do is I would like each panelist to talk only for 3 minutes, to sum up your experience, to talk about, really in your remarks, to talk about issues that we haven't heard a great deal about. And first of all, your own experiences, how it is that some countries are easier to get into. And for those representatives of governments in this audience, from your own experiences, what they have to do to attract the mining sector. And also, I would like for you, we've heard so many negative things about diamonds, but Botswana has a story to tell about how they've used their resources from diamonds. So let's begin with you, Ambassador Seretse.
Thank you very much, Bernadette, and good afternoon to all of you. We have heard that Africa is a continent with mineral cares. First off, I am not so sure who is bringing the cares, because Africa is endowed with a lot of minerals. There is not a single mineral that one cannot find in Africa. The second point I would like to share with you is that a lot of the African countries are young democracies. On average, you are looking at Africa, which is 50 years old or less in a lot of instances. However, the expectation out there from the world is that Africa should be running as a mature democracy. Thirdly, having said Africa, there is no such thing as Africa. Because if I speak with you and you tell me you are going to Africa, I don't know where you're going. So I think the one lesson that we should take out of here is, yes, Africa is a continent, but Africa is not a country. So therefore, different things prevail in different African countries. So when you unbundle Africa, what you see a light, you see progress, you see prosperity, you see wealth, you see the growth of the middle class, you see education, you see consumption, and you see governance, you see the rule of law, and you see transparency. That is the Africa that I represent. That is the Africa I want you to start looking at. Because gone are the days that you are talking about Africa of crime, you are talking of Africa of corruption. I dare say, who are the corruptors? And I think sometimes as we talk about corruption, we need to pause and say, who are these corruptors? And in our individual countries, what is it that we are doing to make sure that we also take care of the corruptors? Because certainly, to me, it doesn't appear like they are Africans. I will talk about Botswana. Botswana, which I am an expert on. Botswana, which is a shining democracy. Botswana, which for more than 17 years is the least corrupt country on the African continent. Botswana, which is providing free education up to university. Botswana, which is providing free health care. That is the Africa that you should be thinking about. Because if you don't see it that way, you are going to be asking us ever again, where are the Chinese and what are they doing? Because seemingly, it appears like they see a different Africa. We are here to talk about mining. All the things that I have spoken about, Botswana would not be shining in those things had it not been for mining. But not even much mining, but mining of diamonds, This is why you upset us so very much when you talk about conflict diamonds. For Botswana, it's one of the most peaceful countries. Botswana is one of those countries, and now we have this powerful animal called Google. Because anytime somebody says something, sitting where you are sitting, you can Google and check whether they are right about that. A lot of the African countries are Africa on the rise. It's Africa which is looking for trade, for investment, and not Africa which is looking for aid. Botswana is what it is today because of diamond mining. Diamonds, if you want to see that our law enforcement is good, even though they don't carry guns, mess with diamonds, then you are going to know that these law enforcement officers are very good. We were fortunate to partner. That's where you see sometimes the PPP model working with DBS and develop our diamond scratch. Country got independence 66, and we started mining the diamonds in 67. As I speak to you today, we are moving the diamond trading company out of London to Botswana. What that means is that Canadian diamond, which is the number two, because Botswana is the number one in terms of diamond mining, and you are going to see Canadian diamonds, South African diamonds, Namibia, going to Botswana to be sorted and sold from there. We are excited about the move, and ladies, diamonds is still girl best friend. So wear those diamonds, enjoy them, because diamonds have done good for Botswana, the only country which for 40 years, unbroken, was growing at 7% or more, double digit, continuous. We hold the record with the current recession in Europe and other places. We think no one is going to break the record. Thank you, Bernadette.
Thank you. Mr. Segura, we look forward to hearing about the 4 parts of your corporation and what you're doing and to what you attribute your success in mining.
It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon sharing with you our experience and expertise about Africa, Latin America, and to talk about those. Of course, after this amazing and very strong speech of the ambassador, I got very impressed anyway. But sometimes we doing business in Latin America or doing business in the Americas, in Africa, or in any part of the world, as an entrepreneurs, we look for a magic word that is called predictability. Predictability is a word that is not used very often, but it is something imprint in the mind of somebody that wanted to invest money, that wanted to create a company, that wanted to share the capital for development of a country, for development of the people that live there, and also for making profit, because that is the rule of the game, the capitalism game. Then the question is, how do you balance this issue with the government that has to take care of resources that are non-renewable, resources that when are gone, that people will not be able to recover, that are not able to grow again, that the next generation will not have it. Therefore, it's a paradigm there to think about what kind of accountability has to be there in order to develop the company, because the potentiality is there. It's in Africa, it's in Latin America, everything has a potential to develop something. The minerals are there, are deposited, as the ambassador said. You know, we're talking about Africa is the 3rd largest continent in the world. America is the number 2nd largest in the world. And you think about the minerals that are there. It's incredible when you talk about cobalt, that DRC is the number 1 producer of cobalt in the world, South Africa the number 1 producer of platinum in the world, Zimbabwe the number 2. You have gold in terms of South Africa number 7, Ghana number 10. And you see this incredible amount of minerals in Latin America, also Mexico number 1 in gold. You have Peru, number 1 in silver, Mexico, Peru number 6, gold, iron ore, Brazil number 2 in the world. Therefore, you say, well, these two continents has the potentiality. Then the question is, again, accountability. Accountability in terms of the exploitation of those minerals, and second is to preserve the predictability of the companies in terms of profitability. There are 3 main points that I wanted to call to a reflection. Number 1, how do we know that those possibilities are there? How do we know that DRC has the largest deposit of cobalt and there are more possibilities, or there are infinite possibilities to develop many other, for example, mining activities? Or Colombia, that is very rich in gold too. The question is that many companies and many medium-sized companies do not know that. They are not exposed to those. Why? Because many countries do not apply the simple rules of to create data centers in where can be consulted with transparency about what are the mineral resources there. There are not enough studies that are accessible to companies that wanted to invest. And the tendering process, how to do the concession agreement, how to do the partnership agreement. If many companies know that there is transparency in that particular country, the rules of the games are clear, they will go. Because they will say, I will invest my money, my talents, I will just participate on those tender process because I know that I have a fair chance to be a winner. Then the country will benefit too, because it will have offers about these particular areas ready to be explored, ready to be explored or exploited in terms of receiving the best offer that they can get if there is a free competition in terms of that. Number 2, how we can make predictable that investment. The way to do it predictable is to have a set of laws that not just will be in paper, that those laws will be complied. For example, some countries has a problem of signing contracts and not respecting those contracts after. My colleague just has a very bad experience in one of the countries in South America, in where the contract was fantastic, 7,000 people working, and suddenly the government decided to cut off the investment for one reason or another. We cannot discuss that. But could you imagine 7,000 people, the impact that has in the community after investing $3 billion, the company in question? Again, predictability is a very important issue. Laws that will be clear and will be maintained through the time, because it's not possible just to make a variation of those laws in accordance with the political party that is in power. Otherwise, there is not a real legal frame. And number 3 element, very important to be able to have clear, is the social responsibility that those companies have with the population, in where they're going to do the destruction of those materials. How do we preserve the environment? This is a very important issue, because we cannot think just in today, that today we are extracting the minerals and we are contaminating with cyanide, we are contaminating with other chemicals, and the air, the rivers, the soil. And what happened with the future generations?
Okay,
what happened
Mr.
for
Segura,
400 or 500 years?
We're going to get back, because
anyway, thank you very much.
We've learned a lot. We're going to move on and come back in the question and answer. We've already learned that countries have to have transparency, the rule of law, and they have to be responsible to their citizenries. Cassia.
I can't. Can you hear?
Can you hear her?
Thank you. Cassia Carvalho with Vale. So happy to be here this afternoon and part of this very dynamic.
Wait, Cassia, let's see if we can get this fixed so that everyone can hear you.
Great. Everyone can hear me now. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm so happy to be part of this very dynamic panel. I'm Cassia Carvalho. I'm with Vale, Brazil's largest We are a mining company, and we strongly believe that we transform natural resources into prosperity and economic development. We have a market value of over $87 billion. Our core business are iron ore, nickel, copper, coal, and fertilizers. We are investing heavily. We continue in our home country, expanding our production capacity, especially in iron ore. We will be bringing our capacity from 300 million tons per year to 400 million tons in the next few years, and continuing to grow in Brazil. We are also investing very heavily in Africa, and I really would like to talk a little bit about that, because what we believe we are doing in the countries where we are investing in Africa is building a platform for development. And I want to talk about our experience of Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia. We are operating mine in Mozambique in coal. Right now we have a production capacity of 11 million tons. We're going to increase that to 22 million tons in the next 2 years. But along with that, we are building an integrated logistics systems, railroad and ports. We're investing over $7 billion in integrated transportation network that is also connecting those 3 countries of Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia. And that is a catalyst for development and growth in other industries, because the transportation may be used for general cargo, for passengers. So the countries can use that for the economic growth in other sectors. So areas in the skills of the labor force, management training, SMEs. In Mozambique alone, we contracted over $900 million from local SMEs. So this is great opportunities for economic growth of these countries. But we believe in partnership. It is a partnership among the government, from central to local levels, private sector, civil society, and the communities. And we can only accomplish this if it is a partnership where all are doing its parts and coming together to make this dream a reality.
Thank you. Russell King.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here this afternoon and appreciate such a good audience. It's a tough act to follow a diplomat, a true entrepreneur, and a much younger and very eloquent colleague, but I'll do my best. Let me say a little bit about Freeport-McMoRan. It's actually Freeport-McMoRan Copper and Gold. We're a global company. We're in the United States, in Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico. We're in Chile and in Peru. We're in Indonesia and Papua, the Indonesian side of New Guinea. And of course, I'm here today to talk about, having been asked by the Corporate Council on Africa to talk about our investment in Africa, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We have invested in a copper mine in Katanga province, which is in the southern part of the Congo, beginning in 2006 and riding through the commodity collapse in 2008, we kept our investment up. And the copper mine is up to scale. We're now looking to expand the operation. The government of the Congo and the provincial, local government and fees and national government and fees, taxes, etc., has garnered almost $500 million from us as that source, without regard to the economic engine that you've heard so articulately described previously of resource and development by my colleagues. We currently employ 2,500 direct employees, 1,500 contract employees. Much like the previous discussion, we have gone into infrastructure. We've refurbished large swaths of a national highway. We've taken a local power dam that was not up to capacity and put 120 million in it to create electricity, of course, for us, but more than that, more abundance than that, so for the local area. And we have the same view. The view is that these are economic engines, and they can go and will go because of the profit motive and economic opportunities in places that other enterprises won't be the first movers. So in many of the more frontier areas, resource investment and development are the first movers. And with first movers come all of the stuff you read in the economics textbooks about multiplier effect. People, as a political matter, everybody wants just SMEs around the world and no big business, and that's a beautiful thing. It just doesn't work that way. So when you have these big capital investments, they tackle problems, and they have the scale to tackle problems that others don't. In our case, you've heard, speaking of some of the ideas you've already heard of business predictability, of transparency, that one of the things we've embraced, been very involved in, is the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative. In the case of the Congo, they're working very diligently to meet the standards of EITI. It's a very positive thing for the Congo. In the case of business certainty, one of the points, if you think about it, it's pretty easy when you negotiate a contract with an investor and you get it, and they're not in the country, you negotiate a contract. And once they're in the country, you start second guessing yourself and say, well, maybe we gave them too good a deal. Maybe you did. But the dilemma is that those first movers, if their investment is not honored, you won't get followers. And the real game of all of this economic development is getting multipliers, is getting more and more. Our philosophy on contracts is to make them transparent and to make them globally competitive. We believe if we get too good a contract, we won't be able to keep it. So we want very good contracts, but fair contracts and globally competitive contracts. That's why we very strongly support EITI. Some of the other tools that we've embraced, and in fact I was involved in negotiating this one, which is what's called the Voluntary Principles for Security and Human Rights. That was negotiated years ago during Secretary Albright's tenure at the State Department, President Clinton and Tony Blair in Whitehall, and there were flights back and forth, and business sat down with NGOs and governments and labor unions and found these standards. So the best companies, and you're, in my view, in my opinion, you see three of them here today, are pushing these best standards, best practices. The laws of economics are out there, they're not a secret. The prosperity and development in the United States, you look, how did it happen, why did it happen? They're lessons, they're not American lessons, they're just lessons. And so anyway, I'm delighted to be here, happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you. What we're going to do is I'm only going to ask each panelist one question because I want the audience to be engaged. So please prepare your questions, and we'll invert the order. So we'll start with you, Mr. King. We hear a lot about security these days as it pertains to business, not only in Africa, but many other places. You're in the DRC currently, and yet many businesses, despite the climate, are still making large profits in Africa.
Well, of course, in our case, we're in Katanga, which is not one of the provinces that has been very much in the news for some of the tragic events that have happened in the eastern Congo. So we really haven't had any significant direct experience with that kind of problem. But more importantly, so that others aren't scared away from the opportunity to invest, part of what we try to do as a company transcends our investment and who we are. We try to help people understand the country we invest in. And as those of you from Africa could know far better than I, the Congo is the size of Western Europe. And teaching simple geography to people is a simple thing to do, but it's very helpful, so that something that happens halfway across a continent doesn't necessarily affect a small village in the southern part of the country. So to answer it directly, we haven't really had any problems in our area. Congo's a huge country. There's some serious problems. The government's moving to working with the UN to address them, and we're very supportive to the extent we can be.
Thank you. Cassia, you know, Vale has already made significant investments in the mining sector in Western, Central, and Southern Africa, and you plan, according to what I've read, to invest maybe $1 billion more, much more. And so what I'd like to know from you is, how has Vale been so successful in penetrating markets on the continent of Africa where other, not only mining operations, but other corporations have not?
Thank you. Yes, we do plan to continue to invest heavily in Africa. We're ramping up our operations in Mozambique, Malawi, and Zambia, just to give an example. So what are the key factors to success? I would say that first and foremost is trust and confidence in your partners. We get concessions. We have direct partnerships with the local governments, from central to local governments to the local communities. So building a relationship, a trusting relationship, I'd say, is key, where both sides know their roles, their responsibilities, and define this common vision of where you're trying to go with these investments. I would say that's number one. Number two, to us, we look for stability, as my colleagues were discussing previously. Political stability is a key to us, especially because it leads to regulatory stability as well. It's very difficult to work in countries where the rules of the game change, where regulatory stability is not there. So we also look at stability. We get to know the communities we're working with. We strongly believe that investing in community development is also key to our success. But for that, it's very important to understand the community needs and working in partnership with the communities. Now, having said that, I would also like to point out that expectations is key for us to address with all of our partners, because in the mining sector, it takes several years. It's long-term. These are long-term projects. It takes several years of heavily investing in the infrastructure for you to realize the economic potential of the mining sector, but also the other sectors that can benefit from our investments. So discussing the expectations, when the benefits, the economic and social benefits, will start kicking in for the country, for the government, whether it's revenue, fiscal revenues, or other economic benefits, takes time. So it's very, very important that all of us have a common understanding about that.
Thank you. Mr. Segura, I was very interested in some of the things you said about what climate a government can set so that it makes it attractive to potential investors. And I want to ask you a pointed question, because you've had experience not only in the United States, but in many other markets. Has it been your experience that I'm sure it has been your experience, that some countries are just harder to enter in than others than you're in presently? And can that be predicated on regional differences, cultural differences, or just governments that don't have the regulatory processes in place or legal?
Yes, thank you, Bernadette. It is true that no country is the same than the other, and the countries vary in terms of idiocracies, populations, customs. Everybody is different. But the very important point is the objective. When the government set up an objective, and it's in our experience, we are the foremost auditors in the mining sector in the world. We do auditing that is called the operational auditing, means that we control quality, quantity, cost of operations, investment done by the companies, the mining companies, and environmental damages. We find out that in some countries, the issue of the entry point or doing business has a lot of red tape. And it's difficult because or the regulation is there or no regulation at all. That you have the two extremes in where the law is very manageable or variable or no law, and other ones that are very tough in terms of going there and do business. For that reason, there are different types of countries, and it is true. In our experience, we have been seeing that many companies go ready to invest and they find an amazing mountain of problems.
Ambassador Seretse, I've been to Botswana to your diamond mines, and I wonder if you can tell this audience about Debswana and the government's role in mining and the utilization of your resources, which is phenomenal, actually, and especially in the areas of education.
Yes, thank you. I think before I do that, let me also, for Africa, say that we have the RECs, the regional economic blocks. You see SADC, you see COMESA, you see ECOWAS, East African Community. Today, when we hear all these RECs talking together and wanting to have uniformity, that is pleasing because it's going to answer to the question of transparency, it's going to answer to the question of uniformity of doing things. And you have the ministers either of trade, of mining, of education who meet frequently to discuss the similarities and what's wrong so that we can also promote intra-regional trade. So as much as we are looking for investment from outside, we are also looking and promoting intra-regional trade. Now, I also like to pick up on the point of SMMEs. Often, when business people come to us as embassies, the first question they ask us is, I would like to go and see a minister. Now, that's what goes wrong because yes, you can go and see a minister. After the election, that minister is no longer there. We would like to hear the question more as, give us 10 companies which are private sector companies that we can get into your country and work with. If you are working with the SMMEs as per your model, if the government changes, it is those beneficiary SMMEs who are going to be on your side and make sure you are protected and make sure everything goes right. So it is important that we don't only look at political, which is fluid. But the last point before I get to the question also is about education. Today in the world, the leader of ease of doing business is Mauritius. So business investors need to do their research and find out which country is Moody's and Standard & Poor's rating and to familiarize themselves with the law. Coming to the question of Debswana very quickly. Debswana is a partnership between DBS and Botswana. It is an old, it's sort of your now modern PPP model. But when government was saying that the priority in Botswana is education, and that education is going to take the largest chunk of the budget, the company didn't stick to its policy. It went on with government. As we speak today, through the Diamond Empowerment Fund, which is led by Russell Simmons, the diamonds, and we call it Diamonds for Good. And a lot of people don't know about the Kimberley process, which is a process of diamond identification, a process which is over 10 years old, that to the jeweler, you can even ask that ring, where is that diamond from? So that is a thing which is over 10 years. People don't know about it, but it weeds out the so-called conflict or blind diamonds out of the system. So DBS works with government, they give scholarships, we have top achievers, and they are in line. And DBS, actually, and Botswana is used as the model country of what the private sector must do given HIV/AIDS to assist their employers. So the social responsibility cannot be underscored. Companies must get into the Africa and identify where the niche of social responsibilities are.
Thank you. I want you 3 questions. We have time for 3 questions. Yes, sir, if you can stand, and 2 more.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations to all the panel. And as the purpose of the panel is opportunities, I would like to ask a representative from Brazil, the Value Company, if this is the right moment to invest in your company and why.
Just one moment. We're going to take 2 more. Anyone else out here? Yes. Someone waving to someone I can't see. Okay, yes. And that'll be questions.
Good afternoon. My question is more around policy. You've mentioned there are different initiatives, whether it's regarding human rights initiatives that are going on. Can you speak to if there are any new initiatives that businesses going into the marketplace should be considering, especially as it pertains to increasing the middle class in some of the countries?
Okay, so we have Cassia, that question directed to you, and then to you, Russell, and then each panelist will close. So would you like to begin, Cassia?
It is absolutely the right time to invest in Vale. I think our track record speaks for itself. Even with the economic slowdown, Vale continues to be a very strong company. In the past year, Vale has proven to be a flexible company to adjust to the changing market conditions. We are now much more focused on our investments in our production lines and in our countries that we're investing in. Our forecast for next year continues to be strong. We plan to invest over $17 billion, most of it in Brazil, but continuing our expansion in Africa. So the outlook is good. So
Right.
Please, go ahead.
Russell, please, human rights, other things.
I didn't get into my presentation further down the stream. The way we view this, these investments are billions and billions of dollars. They're not 1-2 year in and out things. These are 25-year deals, 8-year deals. Despite the fact that their finite resources could be 100-year deals. And so the enlightened investor wants to build a social contract. And the way you build a social, in our case, and I'll talk about the Congo for a minute, and then I would like to flip to Indonesia briefly. In the Congo, there's some historical capacity among the populace for mining and mining technology knowledge and stuff, but there wasn't a sufficient supply of people with technical training. And so our goal is to train the local populace and bring them up to skill levels. Like of our employees, you heard me talk about it, it's like 98% are Congolese and from the local area. And we look at it as part of the social contract. The ambassador made this point, which is in good times and in bad, you got to make real partners. And the real partners are part of the social contract, where you are and where you're investing. It can't be just a show, just a nice picture. These people have to be invested, if you will, in the success of the enterprise, not just a subsidized thing that looks good and during good times they're there. They've got to be you've got to bring them as to part of the economic enterprise. And so, but it has to still, you have to ultimately be headed to market standards and stuff so that it is all survivable. The best example of this in our company, and we've got a great example in the Congo, but the best single example example, is in Indonesia, where we're in New Guinea. And if you go into where we are in New Guinea, you start at the Arafura Sea, you go 75 miles inland, you go up a mountain, over a mile high, just a little bit off the equator, there's a glacier. Before our investment, there may have been 400 people in that span, and that is considered a high number. Now, in the lowlands, in a boom town, not a company town, a boom town, there are 100 to 150,000 people. We have 10,000 direct employees there. We have 10,000 contract employees. And the people in that area before this investment, if you went far...
Russell, I'm going to have to ask.
Okay.
I'm getting the high sign.
Okay.
So if you could just...
bottom line is we built a school. We're running hundreds of people through it for technical skills. We're paying them until they get it, and then we're hiring them if they'd like the job.
Now we're down to words. I want you to each use 20 words or less. 20 words or less for lasting memories that you wish to implant. I'll go first, and then you add, well, I'm taking yours, Mr. Segura, Dr. Segura. So you said the rule of law, transparency. Cassia said trust, partnerships, real partnerships, what, longevity, patience, and this, what else? Ambassador.
The 7 out of 10 economies which are growing in sub-Saharan Africa, Botswana is one of them.
Okay.
The growth of the middle class equals to high consumption, equals to growth, equals to a high IRR, saying therefore, come and invest because you'll make your money. The educated sector says the labor force is educated, the cost of utilities and others are lower, therefore the profits are high. And
More
Africa is
words.
open for business.
More like 220. All right, Dr. Segura.
Okay. I sustain that it's necessary two to tango, the government and the private sector, the private enterprise, transparency, accountability, long-term vision in order to improve the life of the people, not just only profit. Both has to be together, but has to converge.
Good.
I would say that the mining industry is a platform, a catalyst for economic growth under the right business conditions.
We're getting shorter and shorter as we go down the queue.
Environmental sensitivity, social contract, and profitability.
Thank you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. It was very good.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Madam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our final panel for today's conference. So with that in mind, we'd like to invite everyone just to come a little closer to the front. If you can all join us, those sitting on the sides or out in the Hall of Heroes, if you can just join us inside the Hall of the Americas. We are about to start our final panel, which is the business opportunities in the agribusiness sector. We're going to start the panel in approximately 1 minute, so we would really appreciate your attendance. And after this, we are all inviting you to a reception downstairs in the Patio Azteca.
You're right in the wheelhouse of all of this, that question. I didn't get into it because it's been discussed.
Get them in and move up? Yeah. Okay.
Let's just work on getting people in. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Does it work? Good.
I knew your predecessor, Cesar.
Oh, that's right.
I would love
Yes.
the honor to come visit you.
Please do so.
May I?
Yes,
Contact
please.
your office?
Yes, please do. Thank you very
Let me
much. I
introduce
appreciate
myself.
that. Thank you.
In your country sometime.
Yes. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If we can kindly please take our seats. I am most disappointed of how ungrateful people are. We sat here at lunch and all the food we were consuming, it's agriculture. Now we are having a panelist here and most people are gone. How could they not at least have stayed to thank the lunch? But anyway, this is Washington. We know how busy all of you are. Thank you so much for staying on to share this last panel with us. It has been a long day, and we do appreciate that people have quite a number of engagements. To my panelists, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Most grateful. This is the way to go, to come and share so that we can learn. If I bosh any of your names, please just pardon me and know it's not purposeful. Now the technology is also failing me. I will start my introductions very briefly. You have the names, so I assume that you can go into the website, get more detail, get where to contact the panelists. But I will start immediately here on my right with Mr. Michael Rajlin, who is with Grace and Kennedy, an old company which started in the 1920s with food side and the financial side. So he is going to be sharing with us about his company. I like especially that my panelists are the private sector, because the private sector is the engine of growth. I have there second from there, please raise your hand, Charles. Mr. Charles Hancock, who is with Sanderson Farms, also a very old company which started in the 1940s, involved in quite a lot of food processing. He's the senior manager of domestic and international sales, and his doctorate is in business. I have immediately next to Mr. Rajlin, I have Dan Meyer, excellent, who is the president of Global Animal Nutrition Solution. And that company, the one thing I loved more than anything is that you are one of the few companies which is involved in R&D, because we need to know what are the modern ways of storing food, of processing. So I like the fact that you are, and you have been very successful in expanding the company, having acquisition around the globe, and a lot of experience there, your background being especially finance and accounting. Now I am failing in my technology. The other technology is not working. So just bear with me as I introduce to you Dr. Nidi Kovish. Okay, you will excuse me. More than 30 years experience having dealt in Asia, Caribbean, Latin Africa, Europe. And they also have, Schaefer Global Group. He has been with the company for over 30 years. They have partnerships. They also do with projects on cat hunger and on energy, so diverse. Gentlemen, thank you very much and welcome to this last session of the agricultural sector. And all of us, no matter where we are in the world, no matter how educated we can get, we will always eat. That is the interesting thing about it. So I'll give you each sort of 4 minutes. If you want to add anything to your introduction, please briefly feel free to do so. Over to you, sir. Mike.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to know more about Grace Kennedy, Google the name and you'll get, I won't bore you with all the details, but as was explained before, we are primarily into foods and financial services in Jamaica. The company is over 90 years old, but in 2011, we redefined our vision of being a global consumer group, and part of this entailed growing in Africa. We actually have existing operations in the US, in Canada, in Central America, in the UK. Our last acquisition was actually in the UK. And of course, our base is Jamaica. But we identified particularly the West African region as an area that we thought would fit with our ambitions and our risk appetite. We visited a number of countries, but we actually decided to start first in Ghana for a couple of reasons. High GDP growth, a very attractive business environment in our view, the ease of entry, the tax incentives, and the political environment was what we thought we could manage with our own skills, experience, and competencies. It also has a very large agricultural sector that we found favorable because, as was said before, being in foods, we need raw materials to make our finished products. In Jamaica, we are actually the largest food manufacturer. We have 5 factories, and we're always looking for raw materials. There's also a fit with Ghana, a cultural fit. There's a respect in Ghana for tradition, love for family, and this is something that really gelled with Grace Kennedy as a company in terms of our own values. Not that it doesn't exist other places, but we found it very strong here in terms of the couple of countries that we had done our initial trips into. I'd like to acknowledge the help of the UKTI, which is a UK trade and investment group in London, because in our operations there is the one that does the actual work in Africa at this point. The USDA had identified a number of products that fit also. I don't know how many of you would know the term jerk and jerk pork, jerk seasonings. That's what we are on. And just let me give you the cure for it now. If you eat too much pepper, have a little bit of sugar and it helps. But we are into spices and sauces, we are into soups, we are into canned vegetables, and these fit very well with what the people in Ghana like as part of their foods. They love pepper, they love ginger. So a number of things that we actually are doing that will come out as we discuss further. Thank you.
Very much, Dan.
Good, thank you, Madam. A little bit about Novus. We are in the food business. We're a feed additive company. We do business in 100 countries. We've got about 3,000 customers. We have a vision to help feed the world affordable, wholesome food and improve the quality of life, which is very inspirational to our employees, because it's our customers and our customers' customers that are ultimately in front of the consumers. So we play a very active role in how we support the food system. We are in Africa, in 14 countries within the continent. You know, when I look at the maturity of our business and where it has come, we're able to bring, I think, a perspective on the customer base that we might have in the Americas into an area of Africa, on how do we help the foundation that's in place. When we look at the three, what we kind of call the 3 tiers on how we enter Africa, there is the larger commercial scale customers. So when you look around Africa, certainly in the northern part, in South Africa, even in Kenya, you will see a lot of very sophisticated top-end companies that are very sound producers of food. As a company, we're in all the species that are producing meats. We're in aqua, we're in all the poultry, pork, and ruminant businesses. As we look into Africa, we tend to see it at this point, the poultry is what's really developing. But the second tier and the third tier approaches that we're taking as a company are the keys. And that is what you call the small producers. That's still 50–60% of the marketplace of producing food is still the very small producers. So our challenge as a company is how do we help that productivity get on a very quicker scale of knowledge and of productivity improvements. I'll share a couple real quick stories on collaboration where I think this is very important, why I think these events are very good. We do business in Brazil. Brazil had we went into northeast Brazil into an area called Alagoas, and we started a small family farming where a partner of ours in Brazil, Global Aves, who's a hatchery and poultry company, and us working with the local university, we went to 200 families as a start and provided 60-day-old chicks to allow these families to start raising them. We taught them the nutrition. They eventually grew into a system where they actually created a cooperative. They actually marketed the meat. The mayor of the city, the mayor in the area actually committed to buy half of the meat to go back into the school lunch program. That's now growing into 2,000 families. It's also growing into 9 states. But it brings us to Africa. It's led to a project in Chad, Africa, where the president of Chad and the minister of agriculture saw this small family farming project, but they had a vision for a bigger platform in Chad, and they've developed a $50 million integrated poultry complex where they're putting hatchery, feed mills, poultry processing plant, state-of-the-art rearing facilities for poultry to reduce food insecurity. But they also want to take the small platform and put the small families in those areas into business. And this is where you get into the sustainable aspect. This is where you get into the education. This is where you have to start smaller in a lot of these areas in order to grow. Our third tier approach is really in the knowledge through technology and education. 2 examples very quickly. We work with Africa is the 2nd largest continent for mobile phone subscribers. We take advantage of that technology. We've created an app where we're able to communicate with our customers and with the marketplace out in very rural areas. And we are being able to communicate, give them tips, technical tips, educational tips, but be in constant interactions. If the weather's bad, what do they need to be doing? How do we put them in line with the feed mills and the dealers? So it creates a knowledge sharing basis. Second thing that we're doing is we have an award program we call Award, which is African Women in Research and Development. And this is part of the education process where every year we work with a couple fellows that we align to women in agriculture. We actually gives us a great opportunity to learn from them on what's going on in their local markets. Has led to understanding how to feed cassava, us bringing our knowledge on digestibility ingredients, putting that back into the marketplace, creating an environment where we are helping to train and develop and return them to the local marketplace, because that's how this is going to repeat itself. As I look forward, just very quickly, what Africa is going to change. It's going to, the population is going to be 20% of the world. And you're going to see urbanization continue to happen. Okay, as the people get better, you're going to see from rural to urbanization. So I think our challenge is the economies are going to change. People are going to be consuming more food. How do we really look to partner and work together to make sure that in a sustainable manner, we're able to feed the people, to accomplish the vision and the mission that we have in Novus. And it's going to come to collaboration. Maybe during some of the question scenarios, I'll talk a little bit on some things we're doing in dairy with Nestle, and to make sure that we are creating a supply chain that's going to be required to have to solve the needs of Africa.
Thank you, Dan. Chuck.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm Chuck Hancock with Sanderson Farms. We're in the poultry processing business. And what did we have for lunch?
Chicken.
Chicken. We started, the company was founded in 1946 as a feed and seed company. And then they started selling baby chicks so they could sell more feed. Well, it created a problem. The guys that they were selling the baby chicks and the feed to said, what do we do with these chickens? So as a result, that started our business, the poultry processing business. We're headquartered in Laurel, Mississippi. It's about an hour and a half, 2 hours northeast of New Orleans. We have 4 plants hovered around the Gulf of Mexico, 3 in Mississippi, 1 in Hammond, Louisiana. We have a plant in North Carolina, 1 in Georgia, and 2 in Texas. We're the 3rd largest poultry producer in the United States. When you break out our business, it's really in 3 major areas. You have retail sales, you have food service sales, and you have export sales. The retail sales, as you might guess, goes to all the grocery stores domestically, and it's just about 100% sold fresh. The food service sales goes to the food service distributor domestically across the United States, and as you can imagine, most of that is sold fresh as well. The third part, major part of our sales business is export, and I'll come back to that in just a minute. Just a few numbers so you can get a sense or a feel for what this business is like. We buy 1.7 million bushels of corn a week. We're processing 9.3 million head of chicken a week with 11,000 employees. So it's a big business. It's a good business. It is an excellent example of the balance between agriculture and industry. We have a major part of our business that is focused on nothing but hatching and growing chickens, and the other part is the industrial part of processing chickens. Every single chicken that we produce is inspected by the USDA for wholesomeness. So it's a very good business, it's a very wholesome business, and it's a business that we're very proud of. Export. Last year in 2012, we sold 621 million pounds export. 100% of that is sold in frozen form. It's loaded onto ships and in containers or break bulk and shipped across the ocean into the foreign markets. 10 years ago, we were selling almost a little over, right at 100% of these export products into 3 or 4 countries. So our export group, which I have some of the gentlemen here, Mr. Steve Monroe, Tommy Satterthwaite, and our consultant Keith Janke is here. We started looking at what are the emerging markets? How can we diversify? How can we expand our business? We don't want to literally have all our eggs in one basket, no pun intended. But in this case, it'd be legs, because most of what we're shipping is bone-in dark meat, 40-pound frozen bulk. So 5 years ago, we started selling frozen 40-pound bulk chicken into Africa. And 5 years later, last year, we sold 62 million pounds into the nations within the continent of Africa. Libya, Mauritania, Gabon, Ghana, Angola, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and hopefully, pretty soon, Botswana, Ambassador. But
to manufacture.
But it's a good business, and we've heard this over and over again today, and we're proud to be selling into Africa. It's a vital part of our business. It's good business. We've heard that 7 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are within the continent, the nations of the continent of Africa. And Ambassador, you are exactly right. When we're selling into the nations of Africa, not into Africa, and that is very true. But it's a good business. We're excited about the growth, and we are looking and need to further diversify and sell more chicken into the nations of Africa.
Thank you very much. Mima, your turn.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm Mima Nedeljkovic. If you looked at the program, I'm not Geraldine Contini. She's our CEO. I'm the managing director of our deal structuring investment arm, Africa Global Partners, within Schaefer. So since you had, at missed lunch, you had chicken. Did you have rice to go with it? Did you have some sort of sweet cake afterwards? Mm-hmm. We're big into sugar and rice, Louisiana, so just south of you. We're next door, not even south. On our side, it's quite interesting. As a group, Schaefer, around 50 years, we talk about the sort of interface between Latin America, or the Americas, and Africa. In fact, Schaefer first went out as Schaefer do Mexico in the cane sugar industry, I don't know, some 35 years ago. Basically, all the industrial plant in the U.S., sugar plants, were pretty much built out by that period in time. Louisiana and Florida, actually, most recent one we just recently put up in Oquilanta. But otherwise, the growth for us originally, in fact, was Mexico, then Central America, and then further on into Latin America. We're engineers, we're developers, we structure the deals, we don't manufacture, but we get involved in putting the deals together, and increasingly in Africa since I guess almost 40 years now. Basically, the first project was in Cote d'Ivoire and in Sudan. Kanana Sugar is a conceptualization of Schaefer with Lanro at the time. We have been heavily focused on those two areas. I joined the group. I used to sit on the board of the African Development Bank as U.S. Executive Director, so I really bring in more the African side of the business. But I think the connection, the obvious things, and maybe as we get into discussion I find interesting, is that you're talking basically the same climatic soil conditions for any agro-industrial growing on the investment side, so to, from my perspective. You're really speaking about very similar conditions. If you talk about sugar, you talk about rice, cocoa, banana, pineapple, rubber trees, and going down the line. What I find interesting, in fact, the question I would ask is more, while we've heard of Brazil's involvement, certainly with the Angola and the Mozambique connection, and Embrapas all over the place, particularly in West Africa, we've not seen that much sort of cross-Latin investment beyond Brazil. A little bit now we're starting to see out of a couple of the other countries. But I can tell you, cocoa is another example, where our Majaro is big in Peru and now coming big into Nigeria. I mean, we're not in the cocoa business, but just from a broader perspective. So I would very much, I was very keen when this came up, say that the interconnectivity and the ability of Latino or American business to go to Africa is very great potential, particularly if it's on the processing investment side. The market is huge, it's growing, I mean, there's no question. Nigeria itself will be, what, $250 million, over 300 million, in our lifetime, in my lifetime anyway, the remaining few years. The key part, I think, going forward, where is an advantage also, is the level of experience on the processing value addition. that has more advanced on the Latin continent than Africa, with the exception, of course, of South Africa. Kenya's been advanced. But by and large, I think coming in with those capabilities, and that's in effect what we do. We really structure the processing, the value addition, be they rice mill, be they sugar mills. In Liberia, we're converting the old rubber trees into wood chips to be used as fuel. We also co-generate power from agri-waste. So any of those capabilities is where it's at. Now, can you go from the US to south of the border, so to speak, and then continue on west? Absolutely. It's exactly been Schaefer's history the last 50 years. Mexico, Central America, and across. And one very interesting example, and I'll stop there so we have time for discussions, is when Kenana was built, designed in Sudan, well, the Sudan versus South Sudan today. That time was one Sudan, which is still today the largest integrated sugar operation, produces over 500,000 tons of sugar. At that time, we had pretty much built up many of the plants for Central America. The technical know-how was not there yet to put up the plants in Africa. We have what we call our Latin Academy, in effect, or Panamanian, Salvador, and Guatemala that came across to build much of the Kenana sugar factory. So, and this goes back 20, 25 years. So just as an example of sort of collaboration of a little bit of the higher experience skill base that still is on process and packaging and that sort of thing in the Latin side versus the African side. But I think
can you talk
there's
a little
no
bit more
end to
about
this.
that, Mima, about the skills transfers that you take from Latin America and transfer to Africa, and so that the people can run their own operations?
Well, I mean, this is, let's say we talk so much about poultry. What's poultry? Poultry is a converter of soy and maize, basically, right, into protein. A high component of the cost is the maize meat, is the poultry feed. But Brazil and some of the other experiences, including obviously the US, very strong in soy,
yes,
very strong in maize. But the issue becomes taking that village-based, smaller backyard soy, particularly maize, which is a backyard village crop in most of West and East Africa, converted then and start calling that the industrial crop. How do we use cassava, for example, and start moving to starches?
Yes.
So it's that experience at the larger scale applied, I think, into aggregating the small processors. There's no problem with small farming.
Yes.
There is a problem with small processing. It's not competitive, and it's one world. So that's what I would really push forward to.
Thank you. Michael, could you briefly talk about the financing element? This morning we had one of the ministers say we are open for business, but our constraint is on the financing side. How do you marry, and how do you think companies like yours, which come with both sides of the equation, see a faster growth than otherwise?
It's funny you should ask that, because in fact, after our visit to West Africa,
yes,
we established relationships, and I would say it's one-on-one relationships. We haven't depended on any special trade agreements or political arrangements. We have found solid businessmen that we are working with as distributors and as producers. But shortly after, I put my colleague in the bank, on the banking side of the business, in touch with the two of the banks in Ghana, and in fact, they have had some pretty good conversations. We actually, as a company, represent Western Union in Jamaica and about 9 other countries in the Caribbean. And so we'll have to see how we leverage that knowledge that we have gained over the years to work in Ghana. The other thing is, we are going to be doing, as I said before, it's going to be within our capabilities and within our risk appetite. So we are going to be seeking financing, but the company is big. The company is going to be going after its own business. And part of that, the question you asked before, how do we transfer knowledge? We have a lot of expertise in manufacturing, in recipe development, in R&D. And one of the things we want to do is to see how we understand the flavors and the preferences in those markets to convert the raw materials that they have into their products. And similarly,
how to use their raw materials to make the products that go into our more traditional markets, and coming out of that to build an export base for those countries. So we'll sell domestically, but we'll also export products.
Thank you. Then, women, especially in Africa and in the Caribbean, in the OAS, are the main beneficiaries or the main workers in the agricultural sector. And I like the bit where you were talking about the research that you do. Can you talk a bit about how you have seen women empowerment growing in terms of the agricultural sector in the areas where you operate?
You know, we've had a lot of success with the award program, and you know, what we have seen is the workforce is heavily women to a certain degree, but when you take the PhD training, you give them that access, you put them back into the marketplace, and they take their knowledge. You know, to me, it's not necessarily women or men, but it is giving opportunities. It is, you know, one of the things we like about the program is that you manage it with family. It's not an age issue. If somebody wants to go do their family and then return to the education, we provide that for them. So I think that's very important. So you've got flexibility in how they manage their careers, basically, but you create this for them. The intent then is then how do they go back and give back to the communities? We're seeing in Mozambique in a few areas where actually they're creating two-year technical colleges for skills training. And basically we're asking those fellows to go back and participate in these programs where the sustainability of these local economies are going to be on the education from an agriculture standpoint. And the concept is actually very good. They provide the student a plot of land. They actually get a loan for their education. They actually force or educate them on how to produce agronomy, animal husbandry, generate income, pay off the loan. And we look to our fellows to give back into that environment, the training aspect. So the only way that you're going to get that done is to multiply it, is to take the skill set, ask them to come back and spread that to 100 people, and then 100 people on down the road. But I am convinced that for the sustainability in a lot of these areas, it has to be through the education, it has to be through the training so that the future generations are starting to be developed. And I think this is a very key aspect to how it becomes sustainable, how it does. You'll see people come potentially to the universities in the Americas and maybe they will stay. But we are seeing a lot more that are now seeing the opportunities that they want to go back to their homelands, and this is what our goal and our dream is around these programs.
Thank you, Chuck. The last question before we open to the audience. We have seen initiatives such as the Millennium Development Goals, which have an underlying thing about food and agriculture. We have also seen NEPAD, the New Partnership for Africa Development. We have also seen the US CAADP, which is the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development, and all of those legislations, policies, they are emphasizing food. I like the fact that you are feeding now Africa, and you may be feeding it from wherever. How have you seen that model work, and how is it closer to achieving that poverty reduction in Africa globally?
Ambassador, that's a good question. Of course, there's several things that must occur in the private sector as an industry before, you know, investments are considered in Africa. And one of the things that's key to our success is the domestic cost of grain.
Yes.
You know, the industry has to be in a situation where the grain is such that we're able to make investments of that nature. Yes. The second thing is with Sanderson Farms, we're in our infancy in selling in the nations, the few nations in Africa that we're selling. And we must crawl before we walk and walk before we run. And what we need is more business. We need more business in Africa. We need to be creating more trade and getting more countries and creating a larger market. The third thing is from the private sector is developing the infrastructure. One of the keys, we were discussing this at lunch, you know, in our business, that there must be facilities, cold storage facilities, all throughout the countries and the sovereign nations of Africa to hold and distribute chicken. There must be markets, grocery stores, or there can be, you know, individual markets, open air markets, where chicken is moving at a consistent rate. And of course, the economy has to be able to support it. So when you put all of that together, as we crawl and start walking, then, you know, it could be a good opportunity.
Thank you very much. Now for the few remaining minutes, we will take the questions, and I'll see by a show of hands. Oh, if there are no questions also, it is perfectly fine. I don't see any hands, but I believe I have a few more minutes to go. To you. If you wanted to get your model to be replicated, the financing element and this other side, what would you say? What have been the challenges? What were your lessons that you'll teach others in terms of don't do this, otherwise it may not work?
You know, I think mindset is very important. One of the experiences I had when I visited Nigeria recently, I was in a retail store and looking at one of these split system air conditioning units. And it had something on it that just blew me away. It said, built for Africa. One of the things I got to understand is that in Nigeria, a fact of life is power will go off. And it will go off for a period of time. And almost everywhere I went, people had generators. They were almost self-sufficient in electricity. And it struck me that that particular company, and it was actually a Samsung unit, that they took a perceived weakness and turned it into a strength. So they didn't sit lamenting the fact that the voltage varies from 80 volts to 400. They actually made a product that can work in the range 80 to 400. And that's the sort of mindset I think we have to take into the African countries. You will find things different in each one. One of the reasons we have focused on 2 for the present is that it takes time to learn. And we are going to take that time to learn, or we're going to take the time to do it right. We have to respect the people that are in the country and give them what they want. We can't take what we think they want and put it there. And that's really, really very important if we want to build a brand in Ghana. So that is what we will replicate, is taking the respect for the culture that you find and learning how to work with it. I think that's it.
Basically learning and understanding the environment.
You have to understand. Yes. We know nothing. We must go in there and learn.
Thank you very much. Then, from an economics point of view, a lot of the African countries, their competition laws are not quite as sophisticated and as developed as here, although they remain to be bound by the World Trade Organization statutes or agreements of intellectual property. Acquisitions, they are good in certain instances because they provide efficiencies. But in certain instances, they are taken to be stifling competition. From a food point of view, from an agricultural point of view, where we have seen big companies like Ashco taking over, Massey Ferguson growing, what would you say to that?
I think we're going to see a continued globalization of our world. Our customers, I know our customers are becoming very global. You know, you're seeing a lot of commonality. When you look at Africa, it's interesting, as I talked earlier about the potential urbanization, as you see a lot of the Subways and Yums and the KFCs and the Walmarts, and you start seeing the change in the dynamics of the marketplace. And as you see that game change, it's really going to challenge the supply chain and the food system and the things that we need to develop in this area to support these brands, to support a safe, affordable food chain. I think what I have learned and what I have seen is that nobody's going to do that by themselves. It's going to take collaboration. It's going to take really understanding the key stakeholders that you have to bring to the table. You know, when we did the deal in Chad as an example, you had a technology player, you had the bank development system, you had the people in the government, you had us as what I considered a catalyst. I see a similar situation in East Africa and dairy with Nestle and what they're having to do with the stakeholders that are involved, the Heifers organization, the Gates Foundation, people that share the same passion and vision on ultimately what needs to happen. So, to me, the right systems need to be put in place. Market access has to develop, because we will continue to see this market change. You will see the large brands come through. You'll see the spending power of the people is going to get better, and as that gets better, their desire for protein and a safe, affordable food system is going to develop. So, to me, this is why I think we need to hold these forums. We need to figure out how to network, how to put the collaboration together, and how to prepare for what's definitely coming at us. And it's exciting. It should be inspiring to all of us, really.
Thank you. When I looked at the website of your company, it was one of the few which had, how do you join the company? I saw quite a number of young trainees. But one is also cognizant of what you have said in terms of infrastructure, refrigeration, learning new ways of storing the food. And one of Africa's challenges is that people are saying we can produce the food, but there's no roads to take it to the market. We can produce the food, but there's no food processing in case we have a bumper to be able to do that. The training element first, how could that be exchanges with Africa, with the Caribbean, to train so that by the time you come into a company, you already have people who know your standards and your works, and talk a bit about infrastructure.
That's a great question, and we are a member of an organization called the United States Poultry and Egg Export Council. And they spend a lot of time and have offices all over the world where they develop markets and train in the poultry industry.
Yes.
They also they represent the egg industry as well, but it's a good way to get in the markets and provide the information necessary to the emerging markets in the countries in which we're a part of, and those that are the future markets, to address that training. I started to say this a minute ago. It all starts with agriculture. And when you're dealing in an emerging market, the first thing you have to set is the growers. In a chicken house holds 20,000 birds. It takes 500 houses to feed one processing plant. It takes 1 million gallons of potable water to run a processing plant. So as part of training, those are the that's where we start, is with agriculture, and move in those areas and get we disseminate that information to the U.S. Poultry and Egg Council.
Thank you. Mima, no matter how much the doctors tell us that sugar is bad for us, we will always eat sugar. It doesn't matter whether we are putting it in cooking or we are putting it in drinks or flavoring. How is that a threat to your company, or do you see it at all, this new health thing, as a threat to your industry, to your business?
Okay, I figured I'd get that question sooner or later. You know, that's a question for maybe North America. It's really not a question in Africa or Latin America.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
when you have the food deficiencies that people have and the shortages,
yes.
you don't worry about calories. Believe me, you don't worry about calories.
Yes.
But I think if it really is not. The simple answer is not an issue. We're not producing in the U.S. I mean, we're really producing overseas for the domestic markets, in effect, import substituting. So we don't get involved with the U.S. sugar lobby in any which way. But if I can come back just as my 50 years or whatever it is experience in Africa, just to the 2 or 3 questions you asked here. One, this part on the money, I mean, I structured the deal. There is absolutely no shortage of money. If there's anybody that has a bigger headache than the borrower, is the lender or the investor, the equity funds trying to place the money. Their problem is they're not seeing properly structured deals. So let's just put that one to rest.
Yes.
Second part on agriculture, and we're all in some way really in the processing side. You know, agriculture, we got to get real. That's all there's to it. I mean, agriculture is not a vocation, it's a business.
Yes.
And people need to move. We can't, it's great to have the half-acre lots and whatnot, and it's wonderful, we need to grow out. But you ask people on the business side, you cannot deal with that sort of small units. The small units, somebody has to aggregate them, and then you bring them to the large units so we can be competitive. Because why is poultry or maize or soya still going into Africa? It's not that they can't produce it. It's because competitively they can't produce it. But I'm willing to bet, and I'm sure if you've been to Nigeria, you visit Obasanjo Farms that is operating poultry from a very large scale and is very competitive. So part of that transfer is based where we come, because we don't export product. We export know-how jointly and develop the projects. So I would end by saying every obstacle, in fact, is the opportunity.
Precisely.
How do we get into power off of agri-waste? Because you're right, every one of us is a bloody, everybody's an electricity producer. So we end up now from all our every one of our plants produces its own power from the agri-waste. Then we're not dependent. So part of it is really the ability to fully put the deal, look at every obstacle and say, hey, what's the deal? I mean, that's how countries have developed.
1 second, each one of you, 5 words I learned from her. 5 words, if you have any last minute, just 5 words.
Oh, 5 words.
Yes. This accent, African accent also. 5 words. Yeah.
Really glad to be here.
Thank you. Excellent. Then.
You know, collaboration, sustainability, educating, passion. I'll do it in 4.
Chuck?
Same here. We need more trading partners in Africa, in the nations of Africa.
Mima?
Let's get real. Agriculture is a business.
Okay. Thank you very much to all of them. Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you to the audience. Oh. Thank you so very much.
Hola, 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 hola.
Hola. Ya, perfecto.
Ladies and gentlemen, may you please take your seats? We are almost done. Ladies and gentlemen, may you please take your seats? We are almost done. Gentlemen on the stage. Yeah. Thank you. Can you please take your seats? I assure you we're almost done, and I know we have gotten to the point in the program where it's the closing remarks. And I know all of us on this stage stand between you and libation, then relaxation and subsequent deterioration. Having said that though, let me first start by saying thank you for taking the time off of everyone's busy day, we're all busy people, and joining us here today. Let me also say a very, very genuine and sincere thanks to the sponsors, the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, the CIG Group, SGP Energy Fund, Sanderson Farms, War Water, and the rest. Chevron was there, AES was there, and I thank you very, very kindly for that. Ladies and gentlemen, my closing remarks will be very brief. And I will tell you that I had the privilege of going to the African Caucus of Ambassadors recently to have a chat with them to discuss the concept of this meeting. And one thing was very evident from that group. There are 54 countries on that continent, and there was absolutely no reservation whatsoever supporting an initiative like this. That's the first point. Second point, that Caucus of Ambassadors and the OAS Caucus of Ambassadors, we have 34 members here. We have agreed that this particular event that you witness here today will be the trigger event to keep us together as a group with continued collaboration. That sends a very powerful message. 54 plus 34 will put us at about 88 countries in a forum to sit and speak very often. The second point I would like to make really is I am not a fan whatsoever of vacuous rhetoric. I'm not a fan of having these meetings and you sit here and you speak and then it falls flat with no action items, no follow-up activity. And we meet again next year to have the same meal and we pay lip service to our actions. And I was very, very happy during the course of the day to see individuals mingling, talking business outside in rooms that we had set up. And I think the opportunity is ripe for us to actually leverage tangible business opportunities here. I believe that government are framers are creators of a framework to create the environment and ambience of business. But it's the CEOs, business to business is where the rubber hits the road. You're a restaurateur, you make coffee, sit and talk. And that is what we were hoping to achieve here. Of course, we needed the institutional capacity. We needed the financial aspect of it, so we indulged in it. But I think going forward, we really need to be looking at opportunities to leverage them. We heard, for example, from Trinidad and Tobago with the NGC company and their prospects in Ghana. For example, we have another company in Trinidad called RBL. It's a major bank. And in December 2012, RBL, the largest indigenous bank in Trinidad and Tobago, and the region acquired approximately 10% of HFC, a commercial bank specializing in the housing mortgage market in Ghana. RBL expects to deepen its relations with HFC and assist the organization in the financing of downstream petroleum sector, a role that RBL has played in significantly improving that particular sector in my own country, Trinidad and Tobago. The company has approximately $8.5 billion in assets, with a profit after tax of over $250 million. These are the opportunities we are looking for. I would also like to say that in terms of follow-up activities, how about tangible trade agreements, double taxation, tax exemptions? As policymakers, as governments, as diplomats, bring the conversation to the table from what you heard today. We spoke at length about private sector exchanges, and I think that is very much clear. But private sector exchanges start and finish in a very tangible way. Beyond a forum like this at that level, how about us getting together and inviting on a bilateral basis our chambers of commerce, our business groups, to exchange and come in our various parts of the world and start talking. We spoke of government creating a framework. We had several representatives of government here expressing some of the challenges and some of the intentions. And lovely for us, it was purposeful intention that we heard over time. We mentioned issues of transportation. I had a very interesting conversation with a gentleman earlier who actually explained to me it was actually easier to do business between Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana because of the cultural fit, because of the language, than even some countries close to us in Latin America. Now, what does that tell us? The disadvantage to that, though, was the transportation aspect. It takes almost 48 hours to get there. So clearly, sea links, air links are some of the areas we want to chat about going forward. And ladies and gentlemen, having said that, I think the opportunity is ripe for us to also look at leveraging a proper ICT infrastructure bilaterally with countries we need to engage in purposefully. Sometimes we actually don't need to go to meetings. I think most of us have become quite efficient at using iPhones, Skype, and other. Why not use those basic, pragmatic tools that we have in our hands to start engaging in meaningful conversations over time? And I think it's also important, as we said, of managing expectations of each other. It's important, and we heard it being extracted here today. No one over-promised. I much rather under-promise and over-deliver than the reverse being true. Finally, I would like to extend an invitation to all of you in this room for 2 events that we are having this year, involving Trinidad and Tobago is the first event. The Honorable Prime Minister earlier this morning mentioned the Commonwealth Investment Forum, the Trade and Investment Convention. It's in Trinidad and Tobago, June 12th to June 15th. We have hundreds of companies from the Western Hemisphere who converge in our country, and it normally lasts about a week. So it's bilateral engagement with a geography, but a multilateral approach to business. And we would surely be sending this out to you from the email list we have had here. The second thing which dovetails off this event today, when we were trying to create a project that, together with the OAS, that benefits the region, Trinidad and Tobago formed the very first Global Gas Council last year. On October 24th, 2012, we held a global gas, we created a meeting called the Global Gas Council, where gas producers, gas consumers, distributors, etc. can sit and opine and discuss issues on gas. We're not here to set prices, we are simply here to have a conversation. And we will be convening a second meeting this year, 2013, October. And I've not discussed this with the OAS as yet, because we had partnered with them last time, but Ambassador Ramden, if I may be as bold without a prior conversation, but we'll have the conversation to have another Global Gas Council meeting sometime around October, right here in Washington, D.C. Further information will be forthcoming. So I really wish to thank all of you for coming, and I'm looking forward to engaging all of you in the future. I thank you for supporting the call to serve, and this is service, because you're giving up the most valuable asset that you own. Not your house, not your car, not your bank account, your time. With that said, it gives me great honor to introduce to you His Excellency, Ambassador Somdath Subaran, His Excellency the Ambassador of Mauritius. And Mauritius is here to give closing remarks representing the Africa Caucus of Ambassadors. Ambassador's Excellency is actually co-chair of the Economic Development Committee of the Ambassadors Group. A round of applause, please, His Excellency.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand in here for the chairman of the African Diplomatic Corps, who is out of town, and also in my capacity as the co-chair of the Economic Development Committee of the African Ambassadors Group here in Washington. It is indeed a great honor and privilege to be here, and also for the invitation to make a few remarks on this historic America-Africa Business Forum, New Commercial Partnerships for Economic Growth. This is an exciting time for the relationship between Africa and Americas, as political and economic transitions are providing new opportunities for collaboration between Africa and the OAS. Our friendships and alliances have grown with time and continue to grow, as has been documented by this timely forum. Our emerging partnerships and alliances must focus on ways to further strengthen the economic and political ties between Africa and Americas that benefit both our economies, that support the global economic system. By bringing together our respective governments and businesses, we can leverage the size and importance of our markets and business opportunities. One example Prime Minister Bissessar mentioned this morning was Trinidad's offer to share their energy expertise, lessons learned with African countries just embarking on this difficult journey to maximize their recently discovered energy resources to empower their people. We are encouraged by the government's involvement and support we have seen in the agreements already signed and from our business groups seeking opportunities in Africa and in the Americas. I am also convinced if we can work together to reduce non-tariff barriers, our economies would grow where others are already gaining in strength and growing their economies. We need new and creative ways to improve investment and trade between our economies. What we need is a bold vision, and this forum is an excellent beginning to ensure Africa and the Americas recognize not only the important legacies we share, but also the values and principles that are the foundations of our countries. Africa and America share in many ways a common future, and this forum is a very positive step for us to work together to shape our future, to respond to the challenges confronting Africa and the Americas. We can create opportunities where our citizens and businesses can compete, exchange ideas, collaborate, and invest freely. Let me just put a few words for Africa. It has been said a number of times during the course of the day that Africa is home to 6 of the world's fastest growing economies. More importantly, the outlook for the region remains bright at a time when the rest of the world is facing major economic challenges. This has given rise to an emerging Africa with a general consensus that this is a century for Africa. The expansion of trade and investment on the continent has been enabled by a process of economic policy reforms aimed at removing barriers to trade, improving infrastructure, promoting inter-Africa trade, and strengthening Africa's integration in the global system. In accordance with the Abuja Treaty, sub-regional economic communities are working towards further trade liberalization through a process of regional integration and the realization of an eventual free trade area. As regards the host country where this forum is taking place, I should hasten to add, particularly as far as Africa is concerned, the African Growth and Opportunity Act, enacted by the United States Congress at the dawn of this millennium, is a historic piece of US legislation and a significant milestone in the trade relations between the United States and the sub-Saharan Africa. It provides for duty-free entry of over 6,000 tariff line items from the sub-Saharan African countries to the United States. It continues to have a positive transformation impact on the African economies. As a matter of fact, in the first 5 years following the AGOA's entry into force, it is estimated that 300,000 jobs, new direct jobs, and nearly 1 million indirect jobs were created in the sub-Saharan Africa in the textile and apparel sector. Similarly, the Americas have, among other things, preference regime with the United States, such as the Caribbean Initiative. Joint exploitation of the opportunities that offer under the AGOA and the Caribbean Initiative, I believe, will be in order and in the best interest of our two regions. Other than these, vast potentials and opportunities exist in the field of extractive industries and also in the field of capacity building, energy, infrastructure, transport, and telecommunications. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the holding of this timely America and Africa Business Forum in Washington provides an opportunity for networking among businessmen, industrialists, agents of development, and will certainly help open new vistas and avenues for cooperation and partnership in the areas of trade and investment between Americas and Africa. However, after the cameras and the stage have moved from the 17th Street, a substantial part of the coordination responsibilities to move the process forward successfully will rest, I believe, on the shoulders of the ambassadors. It is therefore indispensable that ambassadors and the embassies of the respective regions are equipped with appropriate logistics and resources, both in terms of human and financial. Finally, I hope that I have not been too long for the closing remarks. Finally, I should like to seize this opportunity to commend the Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, Ambassador Ramdin, my good friend and colleague, His Excellency Neil Person, Ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago, Her Excellency Kamla Persad Bissessar, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, as well as Mr. Stephen Hayes of Corporate Council of Africa, and Ms. Bernadette of the Constituency for Africa. Thank you very much for putting off this event.
As I was sitting here, I was thinking about the Greeks, interestingly enough. In Greek mythology, Atlas carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. And I was thinking that really the Greeks got it wrong. The weight of the world is really carried by women. And they are the ones that are making a difference in this world, and they're the ones who made a difference to this program. Bernadette Paulo, Shelley of the African Society, Shelley Das of OAS, and Gisela Vergara of OAS were really the ones that made the difference in this program, and as usual, without women, this program would not have been possible. So I'd like to acknowledge them. As to the next steps, the Chinese, and it was often attributed to Lao Tzu, but I'm not sure that Lao Tzu really did say it, but that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We've all heard that. So perhaps for us today, this single step is being taken as where we go next. But also realistically, it is not necessarily a group effort. It's a single step by each one of us, and each one of us in our own journeys through life, our own journeys through business. And where do we go with the steps next? So where do I go with the Corporate Council on Africa? What we've gotten from this is, again, new partners, new relationships. Life is built on relationships, and business is built on relationships. And frankly, the relations between governments are built on the relationships of individuals. So what does the Corporate Council do with this? Where do we go? What tools do we have that exist without creating new ones and getting excited about new models, but how do we use the people that we are now? For the Corporate Council, we have a number of opportunities. This year, fortunately, is the Corporate Council's U.S.-Africa Business Forum, a business conference. It is the largest such U.S.-Africa conference in America, and it will be held in Chicago October 8th to 11th. There are a number of forces coming together for that. We will be working with our partners in a number of ways, but perhaps, too, there's a way here to reach out to the OAS and the Western Hemisphere and bring that into as part of the next steps and be able to support one another. The reality is that if we are going to build on this, we've got to find ways to support one another. The problems in the world often go to individual egos, mine, yours, anyone else's. We all want to make a difference in the world. We all want to do it often our own way. So how do we look at what exists and how we can support one another? How do I support Ambassador Parsan and his programs that he mentioned? How do we support the OAS, who came up with an extraordinarily good idea that has been sitting latent too long? That's the future. So for us and for the Corporate Council in Africa, we are honored to be asked to be a part of this. We are honored to support the OAS, as was the Africa Society. It was a very good thing to be able to work with the Africa Society as well, because it gives us a new relationship and a new way to build. So what we have here today is simply ways to go forward. The ways to go forward are within each individual. How do we make that difference? Individuals lead organizations, and those are the relationships. So what we all are about is ultimately relationships. Business is relationship, government is relationship. We build on that through these programs. Someone once said, well, what difference do these type of conferences make? I don't understand, and some days I don't either. But what it is, it's networking, it's building together, it's working together, it's finding new relationships that make you more effective. So we are, again, very grateful to have been a part of this and thank the OAS for that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have 45 minutes of a speech. But they told me it should be 4.5. So I'll keep it to 4.5. I want to recognize Secretary General Jose Miguel Insulza for joining us not only in this closing, but in spirit and certainly in commitment to this whole initiative. The relation between the Organization of American States and the African continent and the African Union is mostly the work of the Secretary General in embracing the African Union as our partner globally. So I think that in itself gave us the opportunity to foster this initiative beyond the political into something of private sector. Let me just note that you all have received the publication which was earlier indicated about the relationship between Africa and the Americas. If you have not received it, we will make sure that you receive it by email to all participants. So if you did not give us your email address, please do so. It is a preliminary study done by ACLAC and OAS staff, our Trade Department, and of course that will develop as we go in the next phase of this undertaking. We have heard many perspectives today in many different areas of importance. The three selected, mining, energy, and agribusiness, were just three which were identified as the most important. But there are many other areas in which the relationship can be established from a private sector, from a business sector perspective. Services came to mind, transportation, airlines, sea links, and all of that we have not discussed in detail. So there is need for follow-up. There is need to go into detail into those areas as well. Now, I think what I take away from this conference is simply that for many of us, it's a new frontier which is being opened for the private sector to see Africa and African companies to see the Americas as a new frontier, as an area with new opportunities to bring our economies to the next level of development. Economies are doing well in both continents, but to get them into the next phase of strong economies, stable economies, you will need to expand that growth potential. And if it can't be done within our own continents, then we need to expand beyond. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here, to create new markets, to engage with other companies outside of this hemisphere and for Africa into this hemisphere. You would expect that we would have listed for you exactly the follow-up activities which we would like to undertake following this conference. That's not going to happen, but you have heard some of the thoughts provided in terms of follow-up. For us, as the Organization of American States, as we remain committed to this initiative, there are three angles from which we can at least think of follow-up. First of all is the institutional relationship between the organization and the African Union, which we will use, and the sub-regional entities like COMESA, who was present today here. If we can strengthen that in the context of the collaboration that already exists between the Organization of American States and the African Union, I think that provides an avenue, certainly in terms of the institutional framework, in terms of the regulatory framework, and of sharing of experiences between both continents. So that's the first channel, I believe, which is key. The other one is the facilitatory, the financially facilitatory perspective which need to be brought to the table. We heard from the private sector, the banking sector, about opportunities that exist. Now, how do we mobilize all those financial resources for this window of opportunity to create commercial partnership between both continents? So I think at some point we have to think about bringing the sub-regional development banks in both regions together to talk about that window of finances as a special fund maybe for fostering this partnership between both continents. And the last one is the most practical one, and many have possibly used that opportunity here today, is the private sector engagement. The private sector does not need us to make contacts. If you do, we should have charged you for this conference. We have not. So you can undertake your own contacts with your counterparts. But I think it was good to hear from the private sector about what needs to be done to make it easier. And that was the purpose of this conference here today. So that is in a nutshell. We will evaluate the process. We will evaluate your comments, the presenters' comments, and come up with some kind of a roadmap together with Ambassador Parsan, with CCA, and with Africa Society on what next can be done. I think one of the first things we are going to do together with the government of Trinidad and Tobago is to further advocate strong relationships between Africa and the Americas. There are two opportunities which are going to come very soon within this year. We will have on 8th to the 11th of October in Chicago, the U.S.-Africa Business Summit organized by CCA. And we have already received the opportunity to present the findings of this conference to the wider audience of that summit. We're going to use that to advocate some of the comments made here. So, and the second one will be on this side of the hemisphere, the meeting of the Ibero-American Summit of Presidents, which is going to take place in Panama on the 17th and 18th of October. It will present an opportunity in the private sector forum which accompanies this process. And Seyal here has already invited us, who is the co-organizer of this private sector forum, for us to present some of the results which we have discussed here today. So as you see already, while we are thinking, while we're concluding this conference today, we're already projecting new initiatives to advocate this. More than 4.5 minutes, I know. I want to close by expressing some thanks to those involved in this process. First of all, the co-organizer, the government of Trinidad and Tobago, Ambassador Parsan and his team, the OAS in full, and the two organizations which joined us in this initiative, the Corporate Council of Africa and the Corporate Council on Africa, and the Africa Society, which is promoting knowledge about Africa. And I think with their knowledge, we can help promote knowledge about Africa in this hemisphere as well. Ambassador Parsan has specified the sponsors already. Without them, this would not have been possible. But I want to thank them also for their contribution. And of course, we continue to count on their subsequent funding. I want to thank all of you for attending this conference and for staying after a long day, but at the same time, a demonstration of your commitment to something which we all believe is going to be very positive for the future of both hemispheres. Thank you very much, and we have now, I believe, a reception downstairs, and I invite you all to join us there for a drink. Thank you all very much. I wish you all the best.